things that everybody else has to make business better, right? It's for the same reason that the Epic Store runs on the Steam Deck. Because why wouldn't it? Like, that's how business works. You make it run on as many things as possible. Why do you have to have it running? There's a difference between having something running and having it installed. I have the Epic Game Store installed. It's not running. Why would you leave it running at all times? If you're not using it, why would you run it? Because of friends? What? Maybe I'm an idiot, but like... Why do your friends make your game run? Why is your game running? Like like you should like turn your fridge off or something. Like that's how this is supposed to end, this joke here. But like, what? Why is your game like? Sorry, I'm just very perplexed by this whole thing. Also, I don't think this is gonna work, so I'm gonna do something slightly different here. This conversation is going in circles. I give up. Basically, I don't understand why people are so weird about stores. It's just a store. Use it if you want, don't if you don't. It's fine. What? You talk to friends? Like, on... Chat, genuine question. Show of hands. Do you talk to friends on Steam friends lists? Do you actually use that? Because in the last maybe 5 years, I've gotten a couple phishing attempts from people I've never met. And my cousin asking me what my Discord ID was. So you don't want to have Epic Games installed because of a friends list that nobody in their right mind is using. Why are you still using the Steam's friends system? I am flabbergasted, like genuinely. But anyway, I guess that's that. I mean, yeah, I'll send invites, but like, I don't consider that chatting. I'm talking to them on Discord, and then they DM me the invite on Discord. Okay, but yeah, you're talking on Discord like a normal person, and then you get a DM from your friend with a link. You hit Shift-Tab, you open up the Steam overlay, you click the invite, you join the game, and then you go back to talking on Discord, as you did the entire time. That sounds like hell. You should empty that friends list out, Chromoace. Game terrifies me. A professional VR game and programmer in the VR games industry? Can I make a mean joke but don't actually mean anything by it? Because you could make the same joke about me, White Peeps. Also, that's a really cool gig. Yeah, obviously everyone wants to work. Everyone wants to work with Epic because they pay you to work. So you're professionally unemployed? Sorry. Like I said, you could say that about me too. Technically, I don't have a job. I don't envy anybody working in the VR space. It's like the smallest portion of the games industry. Except for maybe adult games, but those might even be bigger, specifically in VR. You pop off chat messages on your Steam first. Mind? I have some news for you, dude. You're very old. Like, you're a dad, you have a kid. Like, beautiful pictures you've posted. You're officially a dad. You still talk to people on Steam. Like, that's insane to me. Like, genuinely? Like, I can't remember the last time I DM'd somebody on Steam. I mean, I'm old too. I'm just old in my own weird ways. Because Discord is trash? In comparison to Steam chat? I mean, okay. Sips juice box. Okay, Tobes. No, totally. Like, I believe that there are tons of you that use Steam chat, but it's just... I guess it's just maybe the era of or way that I came up playing video games, because like me, it was TeamSpeak and Vent. And then it was Discord. Like, I literally never used the Steam chat. Never. Even in the era where I was playing Counter-Strike. None of the people that I played Counter-Strike with used the Valve chat. What'd you miss? Oh, nothing of value. We never really used Skype. Not for that, anyway. I never used Mumble. I did use Raid Call briefly, though. I'm used to make training software for aviation. Oh, no, certainly. They specifically stated VR programmer in the games industry. Which, I mean... I'm terrified for most of the games industry's employment right now. VR especially. That's all. Like, job security-wise, that's a scary thing to be working in specifically right now. Eventually, it was IRC for several years and now Discord. Interesting. He still landed on Discord, though. If I got to decide, you wouldn't use Steam Chat. Certainly. I just don't think it's crazy that there's some people that... Anyway. This is a non-conversation with no point to it. If VR is going to be such a pog. Shrug. I'm just not even going to respond to that statement. Was TeamSpeak, MSN... Yeah, I missed MSN entirely. Most of my friends were on MSN. I just didn't have a good enough internet connection at the time. It just made more sense to text people back then. Ah, dang it. I'm gonna have to just deconstruct all of this and redo it. That person earlier today who was praising my frame rates cursed me. It's like the game is unpaused right now. I mean, I could try turning temperatures off, but I don't know. That Yahoo pool game? Never played that. You've used Skype and chat even though it was nice when they advertised it? I think the only time I ever used any kind of Steam chat was during that brief moment in my life where I decided playing Dota's beta might be a good idea. And that lasted about 4 days and went, I don't like this game, and stopped. The Forgotten Beast, Stigil, has come. A huge quadruped composed of salt. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its deadly dust. That's kind of scary. All right, so in that case, you and you, get up here. And you and you, get in there. He's back, motherfucker. Wait, no, that's somebody else. That's the other guy. That's Lord Consort. I thought that was the other human came back. I just saw a pike and what looked like a pike and I was like, bah! But no, it's a spear. It's not him. I still want to know if you can interrogate a wagon. Never tried. Yeah, I went Ventrilo, TeamSpeak, Ventrilo. Basically. You're talking on IRC right now, silly. Twitch chat is IRC. So people keep asking me if I'm going to dig too deep in this fort chat. Question. You guys actually want me to dig too deep? Because it is something we could do. I just want to get these cannons up and running first. Where the heck is this beast? Oh, there it is. See it? Not yet, duh. Get these cannons done first. Things always move so fast. Okay, the dwarves are firing the bolts. Okay, none of them have hit yet. They're still heading up. Steel bolt strikes in the front leg, fracturing it. Okay, so it is taking damage. That's good. Now I wait. Oh, I thought the game was like, yeah, it is hitching. This thing's gonna have to go onto a pedestal because I can't butcher it. Some human scholar here. But the fact that it's got deadly dust has me really cautious. Deadly dust scares me. Okay, we got it trapped inside. Perfect! Got the bridge shut. Dwarves up top. You're welcome to just keep firing until the creature dies. What's it made of? Salt. So it's not super strong, but like the steel bolts are just chipping it, so it's not gonna bleed out, so it'll take a while because it does have broken legs and whatnot. I'll let them get a couple more shots in, and then after they get a couple more shots in, then the squad's in proper. Oh, it got old man blood on it. It's still just getting chipped. Dissolve it in hot water. Unfortunately, this game doesn't work that way. Salt creatures are waterproof. So, like salt and salt blocks and salt rocks don't actually dissolve in this game in any way. It's just not a mechanic that exists in this game. This isn't oxygen not included. That game has stuff like that. All right, let's send the buddy and you guys up. I am looking at YouTube chat. I'm just in a pretty in-depth conversation with the Twitch chat, but no, I do assure you that this is in fact actually live. Wouldn't be a live stream otherwise. Now, at the end of the day, this isn't like a knock against YouTube, but there's, 45 people watching on YouTube, and the chat's not super active, whereas I have 215 on Twitch, so I read the Twitch chat. I sometimes read the YouTube chat. I don't know about blocks. I know that once they're constructed into walls, they don't dissolve. I don't think the blocks dissolve. Although, actually, I don't think you can make ice blocks without modding the game right now. I know you used to be able to in older versions, but you can't right now because I've tried. You also can't put them in stockpiles, which is weird because they technically aren't a boulder. You used to be able to make them into blocks and then put them into stockpiles, but now you can't. Okay, so Kivish, the swords master, collides with the creature, stabs the Forgotten Beast with the steel sword, chipping it. Whew, and there goes the dust. That's what I was worried about. Dwarf gets knocked backwards. And another bolt hits it and it seems to die. Swordmaster slashes the beast in the upper body with a short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Did they get hit up here? Okay, yeah, they did. Worried about that. What does dust do? We don't know. I could actually look up possible effects. Okay, so deadly dust, possibility of most fun attack. It acts like a cave-in with dust syndromes, and dust coming in from all directions as opposed to the breath attack, which is even more fun if the material of the Forgotten Beast is weak like flesh, or if it has articulations or organs that can be damaged, it will harm itself on its own. Yeah, okay, so like, let's see if I can... Syndromes. Syndrome! Endora Fortress, a syndrome, blah, blah, blah. Basic creature effect tokens. Where's the negatives? Spreading diseases. Yeah, that's not super much of a thing these days, but... I'm looking through, like, the very long list. Okay, so it can cause... This is what it can cause. It can cause bruising, blisters, oozing, bleeding, swelling, narcosis, numbness, pain, paralysis, impair function, dizziness, drowsiness, unconsciousness, fever, nausea, coughing up blood, or vomiting up blood. It could give one or any combination of those things. But it's usually not too many of those things. It's usually one or two. Sounds like a medication. Yeah, I suppose. But, okay, you are bleeding. You are bleeding. Anybody else bleeding? Ooh, okay, I think it's heavy bleeding. Yep, it's bleeding. We're gonna lose a lot of dwarves here. Yeah, see? They're bleeding. This is gonna be a bloodbath. Literally and figuratively. Yep, already lost a bunch in this squad. Some in this squad. Commander of this squad. All a non-major nerd. Rest in peace, non-major nerd. That was one of my best soldiers. Gonzo Gorilla, Dr. Neat. We lost our captain of the guard. I think it's like my whole military, actually. Oh, that's hysterical. What a dark day. Well, you're good. You're not bleeding. Lost Phoenix Vixen. Yeah, we lost most of my crossbow dwarves. Normally they're the safe ones. Too Light Vixen might be Goose the sequel. Obok. Yeah. Can they spread these symptoms to others that weren't exposed directly? Not generally. They used to be a much more common thing that could happen in older versions of the game. And in my experience, this is one of those things where other people disagree with me because they say that it happens all the time. I haven't seen any mass infections spreading in this version of the game. I've seen it in older versions of the game, but not in this version. I'm also going to make a statue of our militia commander, who's now dead. Just one. We get to appoint a new one. This dwarf. Born in the year 80. Eldest son of Zon Balpapers and Erish Plank Crushed. There is a water bath, yes. That wasn't enough. And also all the dwarves up here obviously didn't get the water bath. The only way to prevent this, well, actually, if they get caught in it, there's no way to prevent it, right? But it depends on how bad it is. That was just like maximum bad. Like as bad as that possibly could have been. Shout out to this dwarf who just had a whole bunch of fish. They just had a clownfish in their pocket. How many hours do you have in DF? How do you track hours for... Let me respond to your question with a question. How do you track hours for a game that has no hour tracking for like the last 20 years? They've been playing since 09, right? On and off. It's his pet? No, it was definitely his lunch, but okay. Hero X has died as well. Looks like. Well, this creature absolutely needs to be memorialized for its crimes against us. I mean, I spent like almost 2,000 hours in one fort before Steam. There it is. Mangled salt. I like how then this dwarf is just like running around gathering all the clothing from other dwarves. I don't know if that's a wise idea. It's like, oh no, there was a horrible event and a bunch of dwarves died, and you're just gonna go take the clothes from the dwarves that died. That can't be wise. Okay, well I can turn this off. Let the dwarves all go down here and collect stuff. What a horrible day. These are all the dwarves that are currently getting put in tombs. All right, well, I need a new commander for this squad. So let's go ranged effectiveness, sort by this way. Welcome, Kumil. Sure. Make you the leader of that squad. And the Cold Citadel, the new militia the new interrogator. Can I not, like... Guess I have to add somebody and then... Do I have to remove them? Is that how I have to do that? There you are. You get to be our new militia commander. I think I also lost the... Yeah, I also lost the champion. Damn. Do they all need tombs? They all need tombs, yes. They all need to be more... Well, I mean, they don't need to. You'll just get ghosts that will start to murder your dwarves. If you don't. Do they need to be enclosed with the door? Nope. Every single dwarf that dies needs to either have a slab with their name written on it, or they need to be put into a tomb. Tombs are less tedious. Yeah, that fort was so old we had to replace beds because they were degrading to nothing. Yeah, Rin, your dwarf made it through. Do champions actually train other dwarves? I've seen them in what do you call it? The barracks training with other dwarves. I don't know if they actually train them specifically. I've heard that from people, but it's like, what? That being said, I need a new champion. You know what? Rin's Recursive Reverie, we're going to make you into our new champion. Also in an ad break now. Also need more low boots. So if you think about it, or actually here, I can show you like how you can tell if something is degrading. So items that have X's on either sides of them are degrading. Also, it looks like I need to make mittens. X's that have, the bigger and bolder the X's and the more X's there are, the more that clothing piece has degraded, right? If a piece of wooden furniture gets like 150 years old, it'll have 2 small X's next to it. It takes 400 years for them to wither away completely, but let's just make everybody gloves. So wooden furniture specifically, not wooden walls, so like wooden statues, wooden tables, wooden thrones, they rot. When it comes to, what's the word I'm looking for here? When it comes to, who did I have here previously? Isn't that supposed to be the champion? I don't actually know whose office that was. It's the outpost liaison. This one is the one that's going to you, Rin. This means I need to remove your old ones. Or no, not Rin. Vic gets this. For some reason I thought that Rin needed that too. There we go. But yeah, by the time a bed is about 200 years old, the dwarf will actively like, you know the thought that they get when they sleep on the floor? They get the same thought, but about their bed, basically. Like slept in a low quality bedroom. They start getting negative thoughts about it. Barrels will also degrade with time. All that stuff does. Petrified wood it's a stone. It's practically a crystal. Blocks constructed into walls do not degrade. No, it's just furniture. It's real fun when your bins start to degrade and then suddenly they just start exploding into like really tall stacks of items instead of just being a bin. Those are the worst. Stone beds forever? Well, I mean, you can't make beds out of stone. So that was maybe one of the most catastrophic events I've ever had happen in my military. Just period. Like in the entire history of this fort. That might actually be one of the most catastrophic events to ever happen in this military. That is brutal. Went from 0 to 11 real quick. Yep. Does Moses not have one? I see. One just wasn't assigned to anything. Well, I guess I will place some more of these. Yep, do have a few more. How does that happen? Where it's just like, it's not actually assigned to a dwarf right now. I wonder if that happens if it gets canceled or something. I don't know how I've managed this. I've got some tombs that are like assigned to have dwarves in them, but... Or I thought they were, but apparently they're not. Weird. It was a forgotten beast that had deadly dust, which was the spontaneous heavy bleeding one, which is almost impossible to survive. And that was the death toll right here. So, for anybody wondering, Dr. Niche, Gonzo Gorilla, Non-Major Nerd, Regis, Rahim, Phoenix Vaughn, Might Be Goose, Vixen Rose, Two Lights, Pongled, Kira X01 were all of the names of dwarves that died. And that was like most, like a good, not all of my military, but a good majority of my military. Blending the squads together a little bit. Can I not? I guess I can't search by squad type, eh? Arnamo, you shouldn't ever have another sword. You can get in here, you can get in here. Blazing Iceberg the second. Cosmic Surfer, you're in the other squad. Let's get this squad rebuilding slowly. I've got 2 empty squads down at the bottom. All right. It's automatic assign they will do when they have nothing to do. Automatic assign for what? When did I say that bins are bugged? What? Bins aren't bugged. Bins are fine. They're just kind of tedious. No, I said that when your wooden bins get old and they deteriorate after 400 years, and then they disappear, and then you just have stacks of items instead of bins. I don't know, you weren't on the list of dwarves that have a need for training. For the tombs? Okay, well, I was talking about bins, but no, they just weren't assigned at all. Somehow I managed to assign tombs that weren't assigned to anybody. I don't know how I managed that. Because the sword dwarf has been found dead. Oh boy. Metal bins last forever. Metal items do not disintegrate. Yes, that is correct. That's not a bug. Well, okay, so I have a question. If you're asked... Okay, number one, doors don't go into bins. How the fuck are you putting doors in bins? Like, small items go into bins. Furniture does not go into bins. Tables, chairs, so none of that's supposed to go into bins. So I don't know how you've put doors into a bin, but that's just not supposed to happen. Make doors smaller? I mean, we're dwarves, not hobbits. What? But like straight up, I have no idea how you managed to put dwarves into bins. Yeah, doors don't work that way, and bins don't work that way. So yeah, bins got saloon doors, something like that. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm kind of at a loss. I genuinely have no idea how the hell you've done that. I mean, I too like to lie in vanilla. It's got a good flavor to it, but well, let's get all these dwarves training. And I'm going to make and play classic for 10 hours and then try and relearn all the hotkeys again. I'm gonna queue up some more steel bolts. Actually, how many steel bars do I have? Never mind. I do not need to queue up steel bolts. We have plenty of steel bolts in this bin. Yeah, no, we are good. And in this bin, nice. I'm gonna go down to here and I'm gonna place these. Give all these dwarves bedrooms so that they can put their clothing away, because I'm seeing a lot of clothes around, and this was the area that I was forgetting about that still needed stuff. Thank you, Defgun. Do you want to see that? Yeah, someone in YouTube chat said they want to see that. I'm assuming that they're talking about bins. Could you please take a screenshot of this bin and post it on my Discord? And I will go take a look. Because I am... Oh, geez, I'm placing aside. I thought I clicked the other button, but instead of giving them 2 cabinets, which they don't need. Just need 1. No dwarf needs a second one. I mean, except for maybe the king. But none of these dwarves are kings. They're little ice peasants. There you go. That's what I needed. If one of them ends up with a bonus, they get a bonus. Still got an extra one. Yeah, the only, like, it's not a bug, but because it's quite literally just the way they are designed. Like, there's bugs and then there's bad design. Bins are poorly designed. They're not bugged. They're working exactly the way they're intended to, which is not good for seeds. As long as you don't put seeds into your bins, there's no real issue with bins. I know people, including myself, will sometimes blame things on bins, but what I can tell, all of those old bugs that used to trip us up with bins are no longer a thing. What's your favorite song, Schuster? Good track. I recorded the entire record and put it up on my YouTube channel. Ever just want to just like sit there and let it run. It's not even monetized. I just did it. Mostly because I feel weird monetizing a video that's literally just like somebody else's music. There we go. All these dwarves can store their stuff. Bloody well should be. See them storing their used items. But yeah, that's why this clothing has like X's on either side that they're putting away. Because they want to keep their old clothes because they like it. But they don't want to wear it because it's old. Raggedy. What the very, very short answer to the why no seeds in bins is because seeds go in bags. If you put seeds into bags and then also put them into barrels, they have a hard time getting to a different type of seed, because the way barrels work is they can access the bag on top, but not the ones below. So the last thing that was put in is the first thing they can take out. But you can end up with different types of seeds multiple types of seeds in a barrel, which leads to job cancellations when they're trying to get the like plump helmet seeds that are at the bottom instead of the pigtail seeds that are on the top. And bins, you get a similar effect, but it's not as bad. It's just with bins, they can only take the seed bag out, so the seeds just don't exist. So instead of getting job cancellations, you just won't get anything planted. It's just a matter of don't put seeds into stockpiles with other things. This is quite the dance. Is it still the same one? The one that they keep doing? Always hit the wrong magnifying glass. Sing. Yeah, it's always the oceanic spray. It's like a dance that everybody in this entire world knows, or at least everybody in this fortress knows. dourness and nothing more. Also, I think Anatomy Exposed is maybe my favorite name of a book in this fort. Anatomy Exposed. Fire and the Defense of Moss. That's a poem. Rod Mastery, it's a musical composition. And I sing Adventures! That's a topical song. Civilization, A Brief History. And it sang brass. Anyway. Yet another metalsmith withdraws from society. Yeah, I mean, it would be like going up to a barrel of peaches and being told there's an apple at the bottom. Do clay things degrade? I don't think so, but I also almost never use clay, so I don't actually know. I'm kind of really tempted to just set the frame rate down to 59 because it keeps hitching down to that, but I think it's just hitching. It's coming from the YouTube chat. You know when you're really sick and half asleep and hallucinate like mad? And now I have a whack of DF memories and I don't know where they came from. You're welcome? I don't generally hallucinate when I'm super sick. Generally. I generally just, like... Actually, I don't really get sick very often. I don't know. And when I do, it doesn't usually last that long. But I have been really sick a couple of times. I think the closest to that is maybe, like, me getting, like, my vaccines updated. I'm just going to keep a repeating window job going until we run out of bags, because I need those bags out. Okay, so you need a bunch of things. Got iron bars and felling. Okay, you need skeletons. Well, I mean, there's bones right there. Bars of metal. What else do we need? Quarry. Okay. Stacked leather. All right, I need to check for leather. Leather and skeletons. Leather and skeletons. Leather and skeletons. Okay. Leather. That isn't clothing. Ah, okay, we are out of tanned hides. So it needs tanned hides and, I think I'm just gonna start slaughtering the giant camels. Because I have so many of them, and they are large. And I also have a bunch of babies too, so it's not really a huge issue. War dog. Dr. Funk, you can have a war dog. That's a lot of baby elephants. Let's stare at you. Actually, let's jump up here. How am I out of plant? What? Hold on a second. Am I really, like... that low on plump helmets? I guess so. I actually, like, stopped growing as many plump helmets because we just had so many. Weird. Someone pointed out that a few of the top pixels in DF were cutting off on your stream over the weekend, and apparently you've had that problem all along and no one mentioned. Yeah, it's fun how that stuff happens. People assume stuff's intentional here, they just don't think to ask. Let's just clear some of those out. Need dye in the clothes? Nah, I've got enough value without dyeing the clothes. Speaking of things I'm way too lazy to do, dyeing the clothes. I made that steel statue. This will be our third captain of the guard. Rest in peace, you poor dwarf. You and Tellin. You'll be missed. Meanwhile, Martin's in prison again for some reason. Not sure why. Where do plump helmet men come from? World Gen? Same place everything else comes from? Who doesn't love mushroom people, though? Come on. Man, this is such a somber minute in this fort because it's just like... Well, I guess it's just up to me to bring this back. All right, Bastet, you said that you wanted to be in the military. I don't think you'll be any good in it. Let's see. I don't recall that being in your... You're currently reading Did Wound Wrapping Falter? I mean, maybe, actually. Incredibly calm, deliberately cruel. Checks out. Bashful. Quick to anger. Overbearing personality. Cracks easily under pressure. Can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Finds a little tumult and discord and preferable today in day-to-day living. Doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings. Quite polite. Yeah, you'll do. I mean, you dream of mastering a skill, so you'll be fine. By asking nicely is how you get a dwarf named after you. Generally, I name dwarves during migrant waves is when I do a call-out for it, but whenever you want, really. I'm assuming most of these dwarves are putting item in either socializing or putting items away, right? Yeah, there's a lot of that. And you have a crow named after you. No. You said dwarf. The reason is it's really easy for me to manage dwarves. It's not easy for me to manage animals or inanimate objects. So I'm not going to do that. You are missing some teeth, though. Punched at some point. Oh, it's party time. What time is it for everyone? It's 3 p.m. here in Maui. It's 5 o'clock. Still see all the dwarves stripping their clothes. And that's bad. Well. Yep. Yeah, no, you got socked in the mouth. Run, thank you very much for checking out a community gift. Appreciate you. All right, so it seems that our friend here, Luderwang, would like a dwarf. How about this one? You worship Thep. You're one of the few rare members of the Glacial Cult. You're a member of the Farmers Guild, the Metalsmiths Guild, and the Weapons Guild. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He can be very single-minded and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he often feels discouraged. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tends to hang on to grievances. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Tends to ask others for help during difficult decisions, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. Doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and sees merrymaking as a waste, and finds friendship burdensome. You know, speaking of random bugs in this game that I need to pass along to Tarn whenever I think of them, I should probably tell Tarn that, like, cave adaptation doesn't work. We know this, right? Like, cave adaptation just straight up doesn't work in this version. Like, hasn't since launched. Like, it used to be if a dwarf stayed, like, underground for, like, more than a month, they would start throwing up when they'd go outside. Write it down? No, I don't need to. I've got it. I can just send it to him. But, like, I wonder how widely reported that is on Bug Tracker. That's the main thing I need to do is look it up on Bug Tracker, which I'll do later. Haven't touched that for ages. I've done some, like, purely underground forts, and, like, kids aren't allowed outside in this fort, and when they become adults and walk outdoors, they don't immediately start puking. So I think that means it's not working. For suspect visitors. Question about glass making as you just tried it for the first time. What are the raw glass pieces for, as furniture is made directly from furnace and not from raw glass? It's treated like a gem. So raw glass is, like, used as part of other things. So, like, if you were to make raw glass, they can be used in artifacts. Just to, like, put that out there, they can be used as part of artifacts. Or alternatively, they can be used to be cut into gems. They can be encrusted in things, that sort of stuff. All right, so I'm gonna put a stockpile out here. Actually, maybe not right here. I'm gonna put a stockpile right here. And this stockpile is gonna be for Gabbro blocks. I'm gonna finish this. I've been, like, losing track of this way too much. Way too much. No, I don't need to. Well, no, actually, no, I do need to put that there. Let's finish that. Gonna be so many dwarves coming up this hallway right now. Oh boy, here they come. Oh boy, they coming. Lykot, the metalsmith, has created Aisholegut, an iron spear. I forgot there was an artifact happening. Offers it to the Frosty Beards. This is an iron spear. It's very valueless. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant one-humped camel bone and encircled with bands of rectangular phalite cabochons and one-humped camel leather. This object menaces with spikes of iron. Defgun, thank you very much for the brand new subscription. I'm one of those lucky channels on Twitch who gets the better cut, so thank you very much. I get 70% of that. What if there was Gabbro Man? What if there was Gabbro Man? What's this one? So because of the state of my military, I basically can't go into the caverns for a bit. Which kind of sucks. What the hell happened to Dastot? What? What a time for an ad break. Oh, wow. Are we actually getting in contaminations? I think we might be. Yeah, it looks like it. I might actually have to lock down this area. We're about to lose a bunch more dwarves, I think. Well, I mean, rip to that dwarf and probably a bunch of others. Not the whole fort, though. So earlier we were talking about, like, getting double contaminated after getting dust, like it's spreading to other dwarves. It just happened in this hallway. So I queued up a stockpile here to drag a bunch of boulders, rocks up here, and I'm assuming they're walking over this. That's got to be it, right? Look, let's look. Who's bleeding? Not bleeding. You're going to go clean yourself. Is it just the one dwarf? No, there's one. Potpourri. Yeah, managed to get Sigil's Frozen Beast stuff on their cheek. Ew, they got the dwarf in front of them's blood on themselves. On their tongue. No, it's the dust. It's the dust that came off the beast, not the, not the blood. Well, I mean the blood too, but... You know, you guys can tell Evil Claire that, like, they're not missing anything because I'm waiting. Just like to remind you, Evil Claire, nobody likes the ads, myself included. But when the ads pop up, I pause the game, so you're not missing anything. So if you're just gonna, like, scream about them in chat, you can do that, but it doesn't really help anything or anybody. If you're just gonna be angry about ads, it doesn't really benefit anything. And if you're polite about them, sometimes they'll just get gifted a sub and then you don't see them. They do help pay for the stream at the end of the day. Don't really have a choice, unfortunately. So I did skim through the dwarves during the ad. Most of them seem fine, but this one is bleeding heavily. Got a couple, like Ham's heavy bleeding. So Ham, I think, is about to die. Potpourri, I think, is about to die. Witterwang, thank you very much for the 6 months in advance. Hot damn, dude. That's what I call hedging your bets. And then the one contaminated tile is this one. I'm going to stop that. See what happens when this person walks over it. Oh, is it you? Or is that snow behind you? Yeah, this is the problem. Potpourri died. Ham's bleeding. Ham died. Alath's bleeding. And this scholar's bleeding. What a... Yeah, so the problem is... Some dwarf came up here and had the extract, I guess, on their person somehow. It got frozen and then mixed with the snow. Is what happened. I'm wondering if I can just get them to build a rock salt block right there. Because all of these piles, they walk through these and they just get completely infected. Or alternatively, what I could do is I could just build a wall right there and then a wall on the other side and just say fucking seal it off. I think might be what I do. So Alath is going to make it. I think. All right, let's move you up. How about you? You're good. You're good. Most of them are good. Like, it was 4 so far that we've lost. Not seeing any more blood. Oh yeah, no, I mean, there's tons of stories about that. It's one of those things that used to be a lot more common. Because I've fought dozens, if not hundreds even, of beasts that have similar powers to that, and this is maybe the first time in this version that I've seen this happen. Yeah, this dwarf's just going around and decontaminating it all. Yeah, that's gnarly. Damn. So 4 dwarves died. And they're all getting tombs, so that's good. Hey, you know, I was, like, complaining about the frame rate stuttering a little bit. You know, and this is less dwarfs, less frame's better, you know? Oh, did I just lose another one? As the game stutters again. This really reminds me of, like, bigger maps in version 47. Revenge from Beyond the Grave. Oh, yeah, no, totally, yeah. The Dust Hungers, pretty much. Also, The Dust That Hungers is my new single for my stoner band. Sometimes people don't realize that I'm joking whenever I say, like, oh, that's my new band name or whatever. But it's 100% of the time a joke. Well, that's the concern right there, right? Is these piles of extract. Something I think I'm going to do. I'm just going to tell them to go over there and dig that out. We'll clean all this out and then pour more water in here. Is what we'll do. FPS for the minecart's too great, though. Oh, yeah, no, it's great, isn't it? Really did a fantastic job. At-tier Tongues Dives would like to join... Wait, who was At-tier Tongues Dives? Oh, sure. Yeah, one of my scholars. Why not? You know, I'll bet you this would have been a lot worse had I not had this water here. Yeah, because they're, like, very carefully coming down and cleaning it, which is what I need them to do. But you look like you just tracked some. Nope, okay, because you walked through the water, I guess. I'm going to just remove this door. Okay, there's no more there now, so I don't need to remove the door. Oh, probably way worse. Like, that's about as bad of a Forgotten Beast syndrome as you can get for Deadly Dust. It's pretty much the worst that it can be. Ever have issues with frame rate lost after a while in a fortress? Do you ever have issues with frame rate loss after a while in SimCity? It's a colony builder where stuff slowly gets bigger. So naturally, yeah, that's how the game works. Of course, you're going to have some frame rate loss as the game plays. Forgotten Beast, Osnasum. I'm not even going to try. No, Ngozu, I guess. A huge tortoise with external ribs. It has 3 narrow tails and it squirms and fidgets. Its bronze scales are jagged and far apart. Beware its poison sting. That one's not too bad, but it immediately found friends. Oh, wow, okay. And it's stuck with them, I think. Oh, no, it does have a way. What? Are you for real? This one tree?
Woo, all the way around the sun.
In emotional shock. I would be too if suddenly there was just like cave swallow people all over me. True Freak, thanks for the whole year. Appreciate you. Bronze scale. It's bronze colored scales. I don't think that the color means that that's the material it's made out of. I mean, many things can impact your frame rate, right? But this is a game that slows down over time. It's just kind of, it's that genre of game. Okay, so this creature is just, it killed a handful of friends there, but what about you? You're seriously injured. Apparently you killed a dwarf in the year 44? Got a broken leg. That's a decent injury. I think I might just leave this guy down here. He can just go fight creatures when he wants to. Keep them away from us. Be helpful. Dwarven Caravan has arrived. Well, I'm sure we have lots of used clothing right now. Oh, also, if you have nobles that ban items all the time, if you click this button and uncheck it, it'll remove all of the banned items. So items that aren't allowed to be shipped or people go to prison. It just like removes them all. It's very useful, actually. Really quite useful. It's more SDL2 code and Putnam's optimizations than multi-threading. Multi-threading only gives me like a 5% frame rate increase, which is not nothing, but it's much smaller than SDL2. The game being moved over to STL2 made me go from an average of 15 frames a second on Waterlungs, which is an older fort, to 80. So, and that was before I turned multi-threading on. With multi-threading on, it's like, yeah, you know, it's an extra frame or two, but... And that only really helps in, like, very dense, large fortresses. Why is the fort so unhappy? You think this fort's unhappy? What? What part of this fort looks unhappy to you? There's 200 people here. If, like, 3 are really pissed and 11 are slightly unhappy, the heck? Three pissed off dwarfs? That's not a lot of unhappy dwarfs.
Well then.
What are we welling then? 16 months, dude. I mean, if you want to see some pissed off dwarfs, you should go watch one of Deep Space's streams. Wonderful person. But he like tries to see how many pissed off dwarfs he can have at a time, basically, in all of his forts. So it'll be like, you know, you got 40 quite happy dwarves and 24 ecstatic dwarves and 90 pretty happy dwarves and 22 kind of meh dwarves and some kind of grumpy dwarves and some kind of angy dwarves and 3 really pissed off dwarves that are suicidal maniacs, or homicidal maniacs is probably the proper term to use. But like, this number will be at like 50 most of the time in Deep Spaces forts. There'll just be bodies everywhere. Dwarves falling off of ledges and landing on spikes, and they'll just be like, you know, dwarves happen. Basically, yeah, palm top. It's like the opposite of the way that I play the game. I mean, for me, if this number is like above 30, that's pretty bad. But considering we've lost like 40 dwarves in the last hour, that's not bad. And most of them are my military too. So I do have to like slowly start training my military up again. Yeah, I don't like getting dark moods though. Not a huge fan of them. They're not particularly high value. They're a neat like idea, but you've just been like hiding in the background, just like editing trailers or something. Welcome back, Core. Well, I mean, Matthew, if you look down in the bottom left here, that's the frame rate. The speed of the game is the frame rate. So if you turn on your frame rate tracker, which is under game settings, I think. There it is. Show frames per second. Turn that on, you can actually see what your frame rate is. There's always dwarves free to be named, Core. I think this beard will do your beard justice. What do you think? He is very curious and eager to learn, and sometimes to his detriment. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and doesn't handle stress well. He enjoys the company of others, and he is stubborn. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He speaks rapidly when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized, and personally values cooperation. Views cooperation as a low deal indeed, not worthy of any respect. Finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Respects perseverance, complains like a Karen, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Values peace over war, and does not care about friendship. Dreams of mastering a skill, and it was realized, which I already said. He's a legendary weaponsmith, but he's a dancer. He worships. Okay, me too. You have no family and no friends, just passing acquaintances. You do... Actually, are you even you're a skilled dancer, apparently. So I should see. How good of a dancer are you, actually? You're a legendary judge of intent? Whoa. Whoa. Okay, hold on a second. I could make you my captain of the guard. Legendary judge of intent. Santa, is that you? You know, actually, I should make you into the dungeon master. You play D&D with all of the fellow dwarves. Yes. D&D. Definitely. Yeah, more of a Dungeons and Hydras. No, the Dungeon Master is the assistant to the Captain of the Guard. So you're a power cop. Murder cop. You assist with all things prisony. And in your off time, you dance. You also need to wander, which is always an interesting need. And you now have a better bedroom, so you don't get this one anymore. Time to move all your stuff. Tabletop RPG with voice actors and the companions, and you gather rogue trader since helping kiddos charity. Okay. You're a murder cop? I mean, all cops in Dwarf Fortress are murder cops. I mean, all cops are bad, especially Dwarf Fortress cops. Because the cops in Dwarf Fortress have swords, and you knock a chair over, and they stab you in the head. It's a good time. I have a risky visitor? Who's my risky visitor? Oh. Look who's back. Oops. No, interview. Don't cancel it. Now I'm curious, who's going to do the interrogation? Right, it is you. Which is unfortunate, because I really wish it was somebody else who would do this interrogation. But I also want a good military dwarf to be in charge of actually being captain of the guard, so. Is our bestest grandpa back? No, this is a dwarf who's shown up a couple times. Although grandpa was here earlier. If you're referring to Ked, yeah, Ked was here earlier. I'm gonna lock this door. I'm gonna interrogate this dude until we get something out of him. Subject naively complied. He told us an alias that he's used in the past. Okay, so this is a false name he's used before. Do it again. It's also a good opportunity to interrogate. Also, I should check, is Grandpa back? Human Spearman, Axeman. Okay, it's definitely not either of those. Yeah, no, he's not here right now. Assuming he's still alive. I mean, guy's old. The guy whose wife is a necromancer. Satisfied at work. You really like your weapon racks. No new information was revealed. We'll interrogate you one more time. Because this is free training as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, you're only a dabbling judge of intent. I find that, Cyber Kid's nice. I've said this to a few people, but I feel like it's way easier to feel envious of other people's forts. Yeah, you know what? No offense, Vic. I'm swapping these two dwarves' jobs. Because I think that Hor should be the captain of the guard. Vic can join the second squad. How do I spell your name? Vicky. Because you may be a professional swords dwarf. You're not a particularly good intimidator. And I need a good intimidator. So I'm swapping their jobs around. There we go. Okay, so I should set up another interrogation. Because he's just so good at it. It's probably because he's been, like, you know, learning things for so long. Sorry, I'm just going to lock this door here. Because you have to go interrogate first. Before he runs away. This is real-time good cop, bad cop. I literally swapped my captain of the guard out because this one is a legendary judge of intent and intimidator, whereas this one isn't. Let's see, did I get anything else? Yeah, unfortunately, there's no information to be gleaned from this guy, but just sad because he's a zombie who's super suspect and probably here to steal. I mean, he's a member of the Smiles of Warmth and was at one point a Baron of the Flag of Warriors, which is a different Dwarven civ. I don't know who the Smiles of Warmth are, but it's not a civ that exists. It's certainly not a Dwarven group. So I don't trust him. In the bad cop, the bad cop in Dwarf Fort is stab. Oh wait, that wasn't the criminal. Stab. Okay, got him. That's a bad cop in Dwarf Fort. All right, you can leave. Bit too close to reality though, maybe. I'm from peaceful, non-threatening land. Yes, definitely peaceful, non-threatening land. Everybody loves the peaceful, non-threatening land. Stressed, stressed. Tired, stressed, stressed. Hammer Lord. Using a hammer? Who let you equip a hammer? You're supposed to use a sword. Oh well. I'm an axeman. Any weirdos hanging out here? Just wagons. And perfectly normal hammer dwarves. Let's see. Is there anybody else I can interrogate? I like how it's just like no witnesses. No one has witnessed them doing anything sus. That doesn't mean they're not necessarily sus. The merchants are all fine. Fortunately, we know that. I don't know. Go interrogate this baron. See what happens. Random noble who's hanging out here. Raw Meat, the broker, was directing a weaponsmithing demonstration, but I'm just going to bring him up here to trade. Having talked to the developers of this game, I agree with their take, Core, which is I would rather just get more game. You can. I interrogated one of my pet polar bears earlier. If it's a moving entity that breathes, you can interrogate it, just like a wagon. But no. Jokes aside, the having talked with the developers about that very subject, about the like, would we want them to do graphical things? I mean, maybe one day the entire community will be united in the other direction, but at least for me right now, and for the majority of the community that I've spoken with on this subject in the last few years, the vast majority of people tend to agree that the direction that this game should take is, you know, develop the mechanics. Graphics are irrelevant. Like, the graphics are what they need to be. They are more than adequate, as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, some people are graphics sluts. And you know what? That's fine. They're entitled to that. They can also go play other games. Why do they keep bringing me so many copies of Siphons Abridged? It's like the 14th copies of it. Like, every single time the dwarves trade with me, they have multiple copies of Siphons Abridged. Don't know why. It makes no sense. Also gonna buy all these bins of cloth and leather. Wait. Because I am trading a ridiculous amount of stuff. It's all used clothing. That's how much value I still have. Tons. Also buy those picks, why not? They're nice. Actually, let's go through the musical instruments real quick. Aros, Eds. No musical instruments I really recognize, but I'll buy them all anyway. All right, there we go. Let's trade. Graphic is spelt with a PH. Bastet. .3D adventure mode. You know, chat room, let me do something. I did this earlier today. Check this out. Check this out. This might give some of you a panic attack when you see the beautiful ASCII, so don't scream too loudly, please. This is version 28A of Dwarf Fortress from 2008. The first version of Dwarf Fortress that was fully 3D, when trees were only a single tile. The tiles, of course, being represented by those tiny little square blocks, okay? When you move up, it would just be like this. When you'd move down, it would become all ASCII, and you can move over, and you can see the beautiful ocean waves crashing against the wall. Now, I'm stuck in an ad, so this is really bad timing. So I will leave this here for a second. But what I can do is I can do this, and I can pop up the very nice UI and the mini-map, which is a third of the screen, as it should be. And then I will hit capital V. You see that? In the middle of the screen. That's a 3D visualizer that I don't actually think ever got developed beyond this version. I'm pretty sure this was the only version of Dwarf Fortress that had it. And it only existed for the first layer and was completely useless. I don't even think it updates if you channel out the dirt on the top. So you know. If you search by X, it generally filters most of it out, boom, boom, but not all of it. But I don't care too much. I make new sets of clothing every year. It's just like how some people make crafts. So yeah, this is a thing that was in Dwarf Fortress in 2009. And as you can see, it's awful. I mean, even the game knows it. It says, this isn't designed to be useful at this point. And you know what? I think it's for the best that this was removed from the game. Oh man, I wonder if I can find that screenshot. Hold on, I have to scroll down a ways. Scroll down a ways. Like a ways a ways. Like a long ways a ways. Like all the way to the bottoms a ways. Saw Scamps for a second there. Announcing Lucifer within us. All right, well. Right, yeah, the first sprites shown, that. What year was this? 2019. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Announced another game. Right. Amps. Where is it? Was it this one? No, that's just the original posts. Those were the first art things. These were the first posts that I made news videos about that, hey, look, trees had shadows for a minute. These were the first few news posts that got me tons of views. It's good times. Yeah, these are all things that never made it into the game. Or like old prototypes of stuff. It's actually kind of worth going back and like looking at how much of this stuff has completely changed. Keep in mind, like a lot of it is like from somebody who was then later accused of plagiarism. The reason I'm scrolling up here is the very first full UI mockup that they posted, which might have actually just been a Steam. Yeah, okay. It must have just been a Steam page. Actually included the visualize key for some reason. I'd need to dig all the way back to the beginning. From the very first like UI mockups that they put up. Yeah. Oh well, whatever. Yeah, rest in peace, Scamps. That was Karn's cat who passed away. But yeah, the hotkey for this is called visualize. If I hit V, it's that V, capital V, visualize. And that was actually in the first UI mockup screenshot. But I think the reason it was in the first UI mockup screenshot, I'm closing this old version of Dwarf. The reason it was in the first mockup was because the person who did the mockup hadn't worked on art or tile sets for it at the time, since that version of the game. So since like it was like 2010 or something. One pet peeve you have about the this game is the minimal sounds. You wish that you had more sound cues, but you understand how it's hard how it's hard to implement. Well, aren't you going to be real happy to hear that? Yeah, they've got a sound engineer working on it. The game has always had a sound engine built in that allows for like environmental and spatial audio. But before the game initially launched, it was a budget/time restraint. But the launch last year made them enough that they were able to hire somebody to work on adventure mode full time. So when adventure mode comes out in April, assuming it drops in April, you'll get spatial audio instead of just like the very, 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 very bare minimum, which is all we have right now. Like, you know, doors opening and closing and stuff like that, which I feel like in Fortress mode might be really freaking annoying. So I guess it depends on how much of that stuff's actually implemented in Fortress mode. I would like to see all of it, and then just we can turn it on or off. You glad that they changed the water sprite to be way less aqua light blue? Oh yeah, no, like it's actually worth, like, as I said earlier, going back to the very beginning of all of those hotkeys. Okay, so this might have been the one that like damn near killed all of us. So I'm just going to put a wall piece right here. Because I think what happened is somebody must have had a bunch of this extract on their armor or something, and then it melted off into the snow and then froze. And in that frozen pile, it's almost impossible for them to get around it because it's like a pile of Stidgill's frozen beast extract or whatever. Oh, did you just get covered in it? Ice hockey? Nope. Managed to not get any on him. Let's just put ice there. On this layer, it shouldn't, I don't know, it shouldn't be an issue. I'm just so nervous to send my dwarves up there again to, like, potentially die. But what I need to do is I need to get power up to the top of this. So let's try this. There we go. Now it's doing what I need it to do. See if that'll work. Yeah, that seems to be doing it. You know, as fiddly as the minecart tool is, I'm gonna be honest, it's still miles better than having 18 different types of tracks for every single possible direction, from up ramp, down ramp, east, west, like west, southwest, southeast, and then plus all the ups and down directions. Like, I'm so happy like we have this tool still, even though it's like, you know, I had somebody complaining that it was super tedious to like lay minecart track. I'm like, man, it's so much better than it used to be. Like, if only you knew. We didn't have to suffer like we did. So that's gonna go up to there. And then over to here. Then I need to power this sucker up. So let's see if I can power this sucker up. All right, so this is either going to kill all the dwarves again, or this is going to be phenomenal, and we're going to get all this built. Here's hoping it's fine. Giant leopard blood. Yeah, nope, so far so good. Just snow. Just a lot of giant leopard blood right there, just spreading around. That's lovely. It's frozen giant leopard blood and then giant leopard blood. It must just be underneath the snow. Yeah, it's just underneath the snow. Is the frame rate better in ASCII? These days, not so much. I used to, like, refuse to use non-ASCII tile sets. Because the non-ASCII tile sets would render the graphics on the CPU. And the first version of version 50, so this version, so the version that came out on Steam, still rendered the graphics on the GPU. Or not on the GPU. They rendered them on the CPU. So initially, frame rates were like double in ASCII. Or not double, but like a massive improvement over. And the reason I used to never like using tile sets is I always found that they ran poorly. Well, the reason they... Great. It's still happening. It's happening again! Thought I got it. Somebody managed to get covered in it. It's going to continue going for a little bit, I think. Gotta just be, like, accidentally mopping up, like, this extract with the snow or whatever. Rip Mighty Rhett. Midnight Winter was found dead. Same situation. Someone named Tubal. Man, this sucks. It's like, I don't know how I can clean up this contaminant. There goes Vakar. So much blood. Janira, Bobok, Quendelf, Cat Dodger, Robo, Godin, Ranger Rick, Gareth. Holy shit. Nimlark, Salty Tempest, Sparky, Sparky, Sparky. It's the dust that's killing them again. Yeah, so there's frozen piles of dust up at the top of that. I basically can't let the dwarves go up there. Red carpet, no kidding. At least it's not my military this time. I know that's bad, but like... King's still alive. Well, ain't saves coming. Where's the fun in that? Salty Tempest, Sparky, Sparky, Sparky. Goodall, Godin, Arcmaster. 404. Grimnar. Alright, so, yeah, I can't go up in here. This whole building is just cursed. I have to pour lava in it. Clean the whole thing out. Like, I'm, like, half these dwarves are bleeding. Belon's bleeding. No, that would just spread it more. No, I have to pour lava on it. Alright, we gotta quarantine this whole fucking thing. That or, I mean, I could just cave the whole thing in from underneath. How many dwarves was that? Uranama? Okay, that's not a big loss. That is something. That is something else, man. Okay, hold on. Where's my king? Listening to music. No, I'm coming around to your decision, but like I am very, or coming around to your idea, but I'm very worried that if I collapse it into anything but lava, it's just gonna kill the whole thing. Well, okay. Next order of business. Seal the fucking thing off. I do want to go in there and collect those bodies, but I don't even know if I can. Let's see. Is anybody storing bodies? We still have the Monarch, so there's more dwarves where that came from. All right, Devilish Potato, can you walk through here and not start bleeding to death? Okay, so that was what, 70? Not necessarily. And the reason I say that, Crumoise, is I think it's the snow that's the issue. I don't think it's the bodies that are the issue. Okay, who's cleaning? $69, nice. Yeah, there you go. What exactly is killing all the dwarves? Deadly dust from a forgotten beast from, I don't know, 2 hours ago? And what's happened is if I look at the snow up here and I look through the snow, see that? A dusting of Stidgil's forgotten beast extract, right? That in and of itself, the dusting in and of itself is not an issue. If it was on stone floor, it would be totally fine. Dwarf, step over it. But because it's in snow, snow is like a forced contaminant. So if it's like blood, where if they walk through it, it's forcibly exposing all of them to it. So it's impossible for them to not become exposed to it if they step on the snow with the contaminant in it. Quite literally. Like, see this one? This dwarf is covered with it. This is the outpost liaison. Let's see if you start bleeding. They've got it on their lip. Yep, there they go. They start bleeding. So this dwarf had it on their lip. Now they're heavy bleeding. Now they're continuing bleeding. Heavy bleeding. Heavy bleeding. Bleeding, 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 bleeding. And then they're just gonna die. And there's like nothing I can do about it. What happens if I melt the snow? So, okay, there's a few things we could do here. I'm gonna turn on the burrow, and I'm going to remove a bunch of areas from this thing. Basically, I'm gonna go up to here, and I'm just gonna go funk to about there. Okay, so I need to stop the dwarves from going in there, period. That's the first thing we gotta do. Do I still have the king? I mean, I'm about to lose the outpost liaison, but that's not a huge deal. Think we get a new one? I actually don't know. Yeah, you're still bleeding. Unless you're one of the rare ones that can actually get away from it. I'm not going to worry too much about the ones that are still pathing in there. Wow, he actually made it to the hospital. I see, so there's some of the extract on the ground. But if it's just on the ground, they just clean it up. The problem is when it gets mixed with the snow, then they have no option. It's the snow that's the issue. I've probably lost all my doctors, so let's check this. Well, I still have my chief medical dwarf. Let's throw another doctor into here. Let's throw... Yeah, I've lost all my diagnosers. Telenartho, congratulations, you're now a doctor. Zasset's an adequate surgeon. Asmil's a competent bone doctor, but you already had another job. What were you doing previously? Okay, you were just a doctor. Throw this woodcrafter in there. So I need to get this lava into there, is what I need to do. Won't be too hard. Need to... Okay, so this needs to go to... up to here, basic. Well, okay. This needs to dump in up here, basically. Oh boy, what are you doing? Make it out of the death trap. I'm gonna be honest, I wish I could, like, consistently use this as a defensive tool, because it would be so cool. So I'm just gonna make tomb, rock coffin, and let's just make 100 of them. Let's just make 100 rock coffins, and let's make them out of gabbro, I guess. Already a ghost. It begins. All right. Okay, well, hey, I mean, that's gonna help the frame rate. What a dark place. Let's just build a wall right there. It would be incredible. I just don't think it would be even remotely consistent. I also wouldn't be able to get the bodies out of there. Cavern dwellers have been found by our friendly local beastie. Maybe a friendly dead beastie in a moment. Unless they're able to take it out, I don't know. That one's having a hard time. Fighting through? I guess they'll leave Mind Sweat alive for a bit. Capfu wants to stay here for the purpose of soldiering. You want to stay here for study? Sure and sure, why not? I think that's a human, but at this point, I'm not picky. I'll be honest, not really playing favorites at the exact minute. Okay, so let's jump back up here. Fly over to my death trap. I'm still gonna build cannons. I clearly can't put them here. That is the problem. I very much clearly cannot put them here. Because this ain't gonna work. Yeah, no, you'd risk spreading it more. I want to get rid of it. So for anybody who's wondering, we started today at 234. I think was the peak dwarves. But I did just sell a shit ton of stuff to the mountain home. Where are you going? I mean, whatever. You die, you die. Yep. Nope, not quite yet. So I'm gonna do some very careful mousing around. Small pile. Small pile. Small pile. Small pile. Small pile. The small piles aren't that bad. It's the piles. The dustings are fine. Just mousing around to, like, figure out where the worst the contaminations are. Because it looks like, based on my real quick look, majority of it is in that one area and the stairs. If that's the case, that's not too bad. Because the snow's fine. PP, what's up, dude? Thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. Good to see you around. All piling of snow. It's if there's multiple piles that we have problems. It's just blood. Blood is okay. There we go. Small pile. Okay, so that's a problem. It's a problem because no way I can get, well, no way I can consistently get lava there specifically. Is the issue spot like right here? Dusting? Yeah, this wall's real bad. I'm just trying to think how to best go about this because there's like it literally won best strategy game at DICE. So, who's saying it's not a strategy game? Asking from the person in the YouTube chat. Who actually says that? You know, it wouldn't surprise me too much if it's mostly that stairwell. The problem is the stairwell will melt if I put snow on it, or if I put lava on it. Small pile right there, that's pretty brutal. All right, well. No, the problem is it won't actually clear out entirely. Because what I'm trying to figure is like this top layer is a problem. All right, well, we're gonna cave this thing in. Because, like, I can cave it into lava. I think that's all I can really do. That is about all I can really do. I can let the moat beneath it. Went to grab lunch and 50 dwarfs dead. Anyone want to give our friend here the TLDR? Or TLDW, I guess, would be this. Bullet dust. That's actually shockingly accurate. I think you're still alive, though, Aethernull. Also, if anybody wants to know if you're still alive, just let me know. Aethernull, you are still alive. Snow got poisoned. Snow got poisoned and frozen, yes. Okay, so we've now done that. So first order of operations. Get these bodies out of here. Second order of operations. This cannon was a failure, unfortunately. this layer beneath, I'm gonna dig out a big ol' reservoir. I'm gonna fill her up with lava. And we're off to the races. That's an ad. Lord, that's so much blood. What happened? So turns out, you know, like syndrome effects on deadly dust, real bad when it gets frozen into a pile of snow. It's a guaranteed, from what I can tell, guaranteed transfer of contaminants and doesn't seem to deplete. In fact, it seems to spread. So I'm having to lock down a chunk of my fort and cave in a construction I've been building, is what I'm doing. Budgie, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back, dude. Your stream I was watching? What? They better pay me well. It's about, I get about $40 a day at this time of year for ads. 40, 50 bucks. Something like that. Although about 10 of that actually comes from Twitch turbo revenue, which is pretty good, actually. Which are people like me who pay Twitch extra money to just not see ads. A lot of fun happened. Forgotten beast with deadly dust. Sprayed dust over a bunch of my dwarves. Killed 2/3 of my military. And then I did my damnedest to, well, I had like as many precautions as I could have to clean the dust off of the soldiers, but clearly it got through. Long story short, some of it got into the snow on the clothing of a dwarf without actually hurting the dwarf, and then froze into a pile, and any dwarf that touches that snow becomes contaminated and immediately erupts into blood. All their blood just drains out, just immediately. It's like insta-heavy bleeding, and I've seen a couple of dwarves survive it, but very few. They must be particularly large dwarves. The Outpost Liaison was actually one of the dwarves that survived it. It's like the worst, maybe the worst syndrome you can have as part of Deadly Dust. Maybe the worst, actually. One of the worst, if not the worst, syndromes you can have. If you're not prepared. Oh, I mean, the thing is, I'm just not prepared for it to be frozen, is the problem. That's the issue. I was just not ready for it to be frozen. Checking all of the snow now. Are we human or are we goblin dancer, chat? Got a bunch of random goblin dancers in this fort right now. Schedule this goblin, see what they have to say. But, you know, King's still alive, so... So I can go here, do this, and this. Oh, how many miners do I have left? Oh, quite a few still. Well, that's good. I would say this is about the equivalent of paralysis, but I feel like I've always had a higher survival rate of paralysis. Did that lava cannon get finished? Does it look finished? Like, I was just getting back to, like, finishing up the last bits of it, and then, well, I'm caving it in. Because there's too much, like, see that? Small pile of frozen beast, frozen extract. It's frozen, it's not gonna go anywhere. A dusting, small pile, small pile, small pile. That's insta-death. You touch that. It's more confusing. I have a question. If you play a game for like 500 hours, Ms. Wolfie, why are you still confused? How many hours do you need to learn what a button looks like? Because at least for me, I know what the button looks like. So it's like a non-issue, I suppose. I guess I'm just like a little bit perplexed as to why you have a hard time memorizing things like that. Like, that's a little bit flabbergasting to me. Like, I know that people, like, have issues with it, but it perplexes the ever-living hell out of me. Probably will always. I don't understand why that's an issue for people. It's like, yeah, it's a weird choice for a button, but, like, I don't know, play the game for an hour and learn what the button do? Who cares what it looks like? But maybe I'm just weird. I don't know. But no, I don't think they're going to change the burrow button. It's either paused or it's unpaused. When it's paused, it's not running. When it's unpaused, it's running. It's pretty simple. Also, the most crashes I've had trying to load other people's save files was trying to load other people's, oh, shit, do I still have a manager? Wow, I lost my hammer. That sucks. Lost my broker, too. Lost raw meat. Recognize, all right, you're the broker now. That's unfortunate, Bastet. Many dwarves have fallen to the deadly dust. Yes, it's a sad day. You are dead too, Shinir, yes. I already have a lava moat person on YouTube. You not see it? It's right there. No, I'm expanding my lava moat. Then cave this all into it. That's a lot of stink. All right, well, at least we got less mouths to feed at this point. You don't use burrows to be often, to be fair, ever since dwarves started ignoring them. They don't ignore them, but okay. I think that, like, since they started ignoring burrows is one of the biggest instances of you must not have played much of the older versions of the game, because everybody who I've talked to who got heavily into Dwarf Fortress when Premium released says they started ignoring them. Anybody who played Dwarf Fortress throughout various older versions of the game, unless you used a very specific DF hack command, they are obeying burrows the exact same way they have for the last 2-3 versions. I don't know if there was something in Masterwork or some sort of like addition to things that people have like Mandela affected themselves into remembering, but this is the exact way it's been for a very long time. The way they're controlled is a little bit different, but that's the only thing that's actually changed. I miss a death wave. Sure. That's one way to put it. You want to know how to make job cancel spam stop? Toggle whether or not workshops can source materials from outside of the burrow. So, if this is paused, when the burrow is enabled and they're forced in the burrow, like right now, then they can't try and get items from outside of the burrow. Items they can't reach. If you turn this on, they'll ignore the burrow and go collect items. If this is off, so the burrow is paused, and this is on, they can't get items from outside of the burrow, even though the burrow is paused. If this is on, when the burrow is on, then they can go anywhere and get items from anywhere, regardless of whether or not it's inside the burrow. So this is burrow for dwarfs, this is burrow for items. Oh, certainly, like the not being able to select 3D burrows is awful. That I agree with. But dwarves act about the same as they did. Around when raids were added and they used to drop what they were doing and run to the burrow. Remember the go inside button? Yeah, that was removed from the game a very, very, very long time ago. That's how that button works? Magic. I just read the tooltip, so, I mean, toggle whether workshops can source from outside. Yes. Arrow in? No. No arrow. Suspend this burrow. Assigned citizens will not respect the burrow restrictions while a burrow is suspended, but all tasks within the burrow will still function. Now it's unsuspended. Now it's suspended. Or rather, now it's running and not suspended. Now it's suspended. It's that, I don't know. And then as far as kids go, just give them their own burrow. Where they're not allowed to go to problem-y areas, and then you won't have problems with your kids either. And also the reason I'm getting job cancels is because they literally can't get to items out here, I'm pretty sure. I can double check. What are you trying to haul? It's probably just something that's not in the burrow that they're trying to get to. So I need to turn that back on because currently you're off. There you go. And you off. Where are you trying to get to? I'm not sure. It's Dr. Special 420 is stuck, so. Or item in bin. Oh, I know exactly what bin you're trying to get to. Only one set of bins there could be. Where the heck did I put that stockpile? There it is. It's on layer 12. There's actually, you've got pigtail cloth. Now you're walking. Weird. Also, I need to get rid of this pawn zone because that clearly didn't work. Let's let them walk up to this. Start sealing this off. They'll walk between squares. The burrows don't need to be connected. Like, if I do, let's just say Kid's burrow, if I do a square here and a square here, these are all connected. They will walk from burrow to burrow. They do not, in fact, opt for more clothes in the cold. Dwarves will take whatever clothes are available regardless of weather. I can tell you for a fact that that is not the way the game works. I'm just responding to something in the YouTube chat. All right, let's do that. All the way over to here. Yeah, that's probably your best way of teaching kids. I mean, I usually let the kids just kind of go everywhere that is like just in the main fortress area. So anything that's like normal fortress zone, the kids are allowed to go to. Oh, I see the problem. Burial -C. Made 20 tombs. That's like the beginning of... We're gonna need a lot more of those, is what I'm trying to say. That just designates the tombs, so I don't need to do them one at a time. That's a couple tomb jobs. Let's see if this spreads further. Hope not. Because the fishermen will do their job until they're done. That's your problem and your fault for having the fisherman's zone outside, right? There used to be a running joke in the Dwarf Fortress community, and I don't know if this is still the case. At least I still sometimes propagate this joke, which is the most dangerous job you can do in a dwarven fort is fishing. Because you're the first dwarf to die. Because dwarves do not finish their jobs immediately. They do not cancel jobs immediately, unless it's a construction job that requires materials. That is outside of the burrow. All other jobs just play out until the job is completed. The two slowest jobs in the game right now are play make-believe and fishing. This isn't new. This is the way the game has behaved as long as I've streamed it, if not longer. They will sit there in the burrow, outside of the burrow, until the job they are currently doing is completed. So if you want to avoid your dwarves standing around outside, have a fishing zone indoors. You can go to your work order. You can go to your standing orders. I can never remember where it is. It's one of these. It's one of these. Save bones. Other? Prefer zones for fishing. There it is. Prefer zones for water drinking. So set a fishing zone, usually using the zones screen, this button, which is, I think, behind my camera. Set a fishing zone, like that, on an area that you want them to fish, that's safe, that's far away from wherever your combat is. Put that inside, don't allow the dwarves to fish outside, and voila. Right? Like, the tools are there. As far as kids, you gotta burrow them inside, because they're kids, they're idiots. Naturally. If the kids were perfectly functional, that wouldn't be even remotely realistic to real-life children. I mean, come on. They're kids. They play make-believe. They do as they please. I mean, they haul stuff sometimes, but you don't even want them hauling most things. A lot of things you just want them to avoid. Even if it's like, you know, something that in theory would be useful for them to do, you probably still don't want them doing it, right? Like, Yeah, you could like make a child go do factory labor, but that's not gonna be good for them. Also, like, let me show you something, Boom Boom, in regards to your like kind of out loud question about teaching kids. This child is a talented weaponsmith. They're 11 years old. That's why. Is because literally all the kids do is they kind of haul items around, they clean up, they play with toys, and they take care of prisoners, they go to the tavern, and then they get taught weaponsmithing. I've had like legendary kids, like I've had kids level up halfway through weaponsmithing or armor smithing, and then go make an artifact and become legendary, like before they grow up, before they hit adult age. And I've had that happen a number of times, like a good number of times. So like, if I can do that pretty consistently, that's just how the game works. So let's get more of this stuff dug out. Guilds are powerful, underrated feature. There's a lot of features in Dwarf Fortress that people just write off as an annoying thing, and then they completely ignore what it does, how it works, and what it's capable of doing, and never read the wiki about it. That's like just how people play games these days, I think. It's like you think something is annoying for 2 seconds, and you go, well, never looking at this again, moving on with my life. And instead of like realizing that, oh yeah, no, instead of asking Tarn to add a therapist for your dwarves that are sad, just keep your mayor happy and quit complaining about the fact that you have a mayor's demand every now and again. And surprise, your dwarves will be a lot happier. Nobles literally they are your therapist. Nobles' job is keep dwarves happy. That is what nobles do. They are one of the most useful jobs in the fort. Period. But nobody listens to me when I say that. So, you know. Actually, that's not true. Lots of people listen to me for a lot of DF things. But that's one that, like, I feel like I've been screaming way longer than the others, and people just refuse to believe me. But one of the hardest things to convince people of in my time playing this game is that nobles are good. I mean, you literally select a noble. Mm-hmm. And why they're constantly getting yelled at by people in charge. Anyway. I feel like I'm just complaining at this. I feel like they don't go after toys as much as they used to, but maybe I'm crazy, Chris, over on the YouTube. I don't see them going after toys anywhere near as much as they used to. At least, not since they got chores added, at the very least. I think that might have something to do with it. Man, this is such a bummer. I put so much work into this stupid thing. Running your forts definitely got easier when you stopped murdering all your nobles. It's almost like listening to old forum and 4chan memes are a bad idea. You know, it's just like your iPhone will probably run better when you stop trying to charge it in the microwave. V-Boy Chaos has started an artifact. Oh, no, yeah, no, totally. And then you appoint a new noble, right? Like, that's the point. Is, like, if you have a noble that, like, is asking for... Like, I once had traction benches. I think traction benches or, like, ballista arrows are the two worst ones, at least for me. Those are giant koalas, yes. They are emotional support animals, and they live in my tavern. You can go cuddle with them. That's their entire existence. Please tell me I'm not the only person who remembers that. I can't remember what year it was, but it was like, I don't know. It was it was like 10 years ago now. There was a meme that came out of 4chan, which was it was like one of those really, really, really good, fake advertisements for iPhone. And it was literally just, now you can charge your phone in the microwave. And there was like a bunch of reports of people who like actually put their phones in the microwave. They also did one where it was like, and now your iPhones are now waterproof, or something to that effect. That's just stupid tax. Yeah, you gotta pay your taxes for being dumb. Well, I mean, not that this has anything to do with what we're currently talking about, but I'm just going to say this out loud, chat. Tomorrow's the last day of this, but Twitch gives an extra 10% on top of the amount of bits you give if you cheer $3 or more in bits. And tomorrow's the last day of that. It's a pretty cool promotion. Aside from that, subs are on sale if you pay for them in advance, which somebody did today, so thank you. I'll have you know, I'm a pretty good investment when it comes to throwing money at Twitch. And the reason I say that is because I guess YouTube too, in theory. Because I've literally been doing this for 10 years. I ain't stopping anytime soon. This was year 10. So it's not like I'm just going to disappear off into the ether like some people. Trying to just get rid of that water there. Well, I guess I could just go around it. What's going to be weird is having to block off all of these entryways into this area. Okay, you know what? Let's go down into here. Problem is that's right below the moat, so it's just going to take forever to dig out. I purchased them legally from the elves. They were quite happy to sell them to me. I sold them in exchange for a couple of gems and some used clothes. Mostly gems. Now, the elves are quite good friends of this fort. Oops. There we go. Made 15 more tombs. Wow. What a time to party. Still dwarves in hospital and we're partying. Question is where? Can I see your party emotes, chat? terrible time for an ad. Oh, good lord. Hey, Festival. Nice to see that emote. It's been a while. The Forgotten Beast Oxox has come. A gigantic humanoid composed of clear glass. It has a knobby shell and a gaunt appearance. Beware its poison sting. I'm sure it'll kill the other one. I'm just waiting for the ad to finish. Which is another minute and 10. Clear glass, yeah. Or is it crystal? Yeah, it's clear. That's not too bad. Like, realistically, I could probably kill that with my... realistically, I could probably kill that with my Mark's Dwarves. Oh, it's fine. I don't think it can get to me anyway. I mean, it might be able to. But even if it can, my squads are pretty good. The dwarves that, you know, were from the before times. Oh no, I got tons of marks. Like I'm not worried about this thing. If it was Deadly Dust again, I'd be worried. Well, I mean, like, when I open this up, more than half of these dwarves are from the original set. And then this is, they've all just been training since. I mean, you're up to what? Yeah, you're competent. Ain't great, but professional. Yeah, accomplished. Yeah, no, we're fine. I have a hammer dwarf for some reason. Novice. Okay, yeah, we do still have some newbies, but... Okay, I don't think it can get to me anyway, so let's see where it's at. Well, ain't it cute? Meanwhile, this one over here... Just keeping the caverns clean for me. How many things have you killed? 26. Not bad. The safe bet is no, but let's see in fragrance. Oh, wow, you are. Good. Somehow still alive. Older sister's dead, though. Just a pile of snow right there. Oh, there was a cave-in. I see an arm. Rudolph lost an arm. There you are. That was a pretty bad cave-in shit. Force pulls the right elbow, tearing the bone. Come on, Rudolph. You can hang in there. It's just a flesh wound. Literally. So Zir here is also injured. The bleeding stops, then they'll make it. Otherwise, they're dead. Oh, they'll probably make it. Meanwhile, V-Boy Chaos has made us a tin crossbow for some reason. The Weaponsmith has created a tin crossbow and offers it to the Frosty Beards. It's an omen! We're saved! Maybe. No, there's none underground, so there's nothing to stir up. I hope. The Forgotten Beast, this is a tin crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cat leather and encircled with bands of round phallic cabochons. This object, cabochons and oval orpiment cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of tin. Opaquable in yellow zircon. On the item is an image of Tyrant Des. Anvil flew, the dwarf, and dwarves in donkey leather. Tyrant Dest is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Tyrant Dest to the position of king of the insightful handles. In the late autumn in 110, that happened here in this fortress. On the item is an image of dwarves in cave spider silk. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Sunbirths by the frosty beards of the insightful handles of the early spring of 97. It's a tin crossbow, actually. It just happens to have cat bone on it. Or cat leather on it, rather. Let's put this up here. Another section of cavern has collapsed. I'm not too surprised. Voltag's in hospital. Almanac's here. Anybody rescuing? You're getting carried, right? Or no, you're walking. Severe blood loss, ability to grasp loss. I mean, I'm sure you can survive that. Yay, when my elephants grew up. I'm sure this dwarf can recover. I'm sure of it. I have slight faith that that dwarf can recover, potentially. Do we have prosthetics? No. This is Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress does not have prosthetics. Okay, I understand where these cave-ins are happening that are killing dwarves. I thought that was one layer further down. Well, let's cancel that. Good job there, dwarf. Well done. A+. F. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has never had prosthetics. I don't think it needs prosthetics. Prosthetics are a very, I don't know. If there were prosthetics, they would have to be like very, 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 like Master and Commander level of basic prosthetics. Great movie, by the way. Also good book. Like the brain surgery bit. Although the brain surgery bit in Master and Commander is how I imagine all brain surgery goes in Dwarf Fort. Or all surgery in general. It's like, we're just going to take like a nail, a coin, and a hammer and hit you in the head with it. And like, maybe it'll fix you. More realistically, it won't. Cybernetic implants? Wrong video game. Wrong video game. That or what's it called? Long Night Mod, maybe. But I'm actually kind of happy Dwarf Fortress doesn't have any of that stuff. Just would be weird in a game like this. It's so fantasy-based. Not stuff I feel the game needs anyway. At least not for me. Maybe somebody else, but not me. No, they're not fucked. They're absolutely not fucked. Clearly you haven't seen any of the tales of like my military dwarves that had one arm and just used a shield and they're like still managed to kill dozens, if not more, of the enemy in every single fight. So no, they are far from fucked. Do you want a TLDR or do you want to skim the VOD, Lucas? Or TLDW, I guess. If you could designate a help, if you could assign a helper, I feel like that should just be like a job in the hospital. I wouldn't be against that. I'd be totally fine with that. Dwarf, you are very brave. Dwarf, if you go die, I mean, like, that's on you. Just gonna channel or dig one underneath this. They stop like trying altogether to go up there. You know, I had a dwarf that had no arms, no legs, and couldn't see. They were a legendary appraiser, conversationalist, persuader. They were my bookkeeper and manager for like 70 years or something until they finally died of old age in long death. Literally did all of the fortress's paperwork. Are you still alive? That's a good question. Yep, you are still alive and ecstatic. You're very happy. You got into an argument recently. You're always in love with somebody. Your dad's still alive, but your mom's dead. Your mom died in the catastrophe. So the catastrophe was a forgotten beast that was made of salt and had deadly dust, and the deadly dust gave spontaneous projectile bleeding, which just made everybody bleed to death. And the result is, well, nobody made it, basically. Praise our Markelia. There we go. That'll give him a way out. Yeah, I don't actually need all this done. That's plenty. I just needed to ramp up. I mean, have you ever taken a dwarf and hit a nail with it? The dwarf would win, obviously. And then that thin crossbow, which I'm not... Can dwarves wield a thin crossbow? I don't actually know. It's made of tin, right? Yeah, there it is. So, yeah, no, I mean, you can actually see, like, the blood trails. And then what ended up happening, the first time, just most of my military died. Then the second time, I was going back to working up here, and I guess one of the dwarves had the contaminants on their body, and it turned into these frozen piles of Forgotten Beast extract, which, let's just say, is a death sentence if you touch it. So if you, like, step on this tile right here, you're dead. If you step on this tile, you're dead. I tried to clean it up. It didn't work. So the result was I could either kind of keep trying to clean it up, or I could just remove the problem at its core, which is take this thing where all of the blood extract is, and hopefully there's, like, you know, none left out here. And we're gonna fill the bottom of this up with lava, and I guess I'm building a new cannon structure in its place. I have no idea, Allie. We talked about it briefly, but I don't want to, because this isn't really a siege-focused fort anyway. But probably it would have to be frozen in snow, though, because that's the only reason it was spreading the way it was. So, tentative, probably, I guess is my response to that. Probably. Can't do that. That'll kill me. Basically, we have a contamination zone. I'm trying to get rid of it. Once there's no ways up into here, then I can, once this is all done, then I can turn the burrow off. Yeah, there's no ways for them to get into there right now. Should be able to just shut the burrow off now. Right, Udolph is resting. Covered in white sand. Splatters of blood, but that's about it. Unconscious and faint, but healing up all right. Upper arm is gone. No treatment is scheduled. Yeah, they just have an overlapping fracture. Yeah, and anyway, to just like bounce off of YouTube chat for a second, I wouldn't say a dwarven crutch is a prosthetic, but it's certainly more of a prosthetic than a human crutch is. Like a dwarf with a crutch is like a dwarf with a crutch made of silver is. I would actually like to see the difference between like a silver crutch and some weapons. Holy Kai was found dead. Where? Oh. Okay. Are other people bleeding? Is there danger patch? Not that I'm seeing. That must have been a cave-in. Actually, I have no idea what killed that dwarf. Oh, nope. This dwarf is splattered with Forgotten Beast Frozen Extract. That was another one. There goes another one. Okay, where did they get infected from? White sand. Oh, I see. They found a way through. I was like, I need to seal off every single possible way for them to get into there. How are they getting in there? Okay, hold on. Let's turn that burrow back on. Fucked up. Yeah, Avuz is in there bleeding. Lytast is bleeding. Dominok is not bleeding, but you're stuck. Oh, I see. They have no way down now. Sheesh. There goes Cat Dodger. After Holy Kai. See what I mean? Like, that's basically what happened, but like at much larger scale. Well, actually, no, Cat Dodger's been dead for a minute. They just got buried. And also, before somebody decides to state this, yes, I'm well aware that there is, in fact, a DF hack command to fix this. I'm well aware of this. Trying to get the living dwarves out of here. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, this is absolutely more fun. I could have also just save scum this whole event. But, like, where's the fun in that? Okay, so let's go into the center here now. Sorry, Holy Kai, we have to disrespect your body. Your body is contaminated. Okay. Let's do this over to here. Because that won't, because if you're channeling up underneath something, it doesn't cancel due to it being hot, because it's not hot down here, it's hot up here. So I can get rid of all this, because up here is where the lava is. Let's also go up to here again. Just do this as well. Nope, I've never seen this before. Not anywhere close to this level of scale. But I'm convinced it's because of the fact that it's in snow. No, I was saying this like earlier today, I think, even. But yeah, no, I mean this is new to me. I've never seen it this bad. Period. Quarter of the pop later. I read that as quarter of the pop filter. I was like, what did I do to my pop filter? Let's throw Udolph's arm out. And also more than a quarter of the pop later. I mean, we were at 237 dwarves. Yeah, it was right after the Forgotten Beast came. We also talked about this yesterday as well. I was just like, yeah, I've never really seen it spread, but like I was still trying to be cautious. But the second they started bleeding, I knew that we were in trouble to a degree. And then what ended up happening was it was just like, well, it got into the snow. And once it got into the snow, it's like, okay, this is like an absolute contamination zone now. Actually, I don't need to do this side. This side can just go away. Yeah, I've seen the wine spreading with snow thing. Yeah, I haven't had that happen myself because I haven't actually had it rain wine. I think the worst fort ever that we had with syndromes. Many of the people who've been around this channel a little longer will remember this. The stupid lake. You guys remember the stupid lake? I didn't name it that. It was literally named that. That's what the world named it. The stupid lake was a lake that gave permanent drowsiness and nausea. So whenever a dwarf walked past this lake, they immediately gained permanent drowsiness and nausea. Sounds stupid? It was awful. That's one of the few forts I stopped playing, not because I was done playing it, but because I was too pissed at it. I was just like, I can't play this stupid fucking fort anymore. I need to do literally anything else. So I stopped playing that fort, not because like I was done with the fort, but because I couldn't do it anymore. I was so done. Let's go down to here. That's how deep we're gonna dig this. Let's jump back down to the bottom here. Let's build more tombs. I did queue up 100, so they're still at it. And also, if anybody's wondering if the dwarf's alive, feel free to let me know. Need 2 more tombs. We'll start doing slabs. Actually, how many more tombs have we made? Or are we still making? We're making another 19. Okay. We'll make the other 19. I recognize, I think you are, yeah. Yes. Yeah, you are the High Fin. And I think I made you into a Higher Noble briefly. Yeah, I did. You're my broker. You're still a religious figure in the fort. What do I use caverns for? I generally use them as a source of colorful wood. That's partially a joke, but also, like, literally the truth. They're a really good source of training for soldiers. Like, if we're talking about, like cavern critters, they're really good training. You use them as the only way of getting forgotten beasts. I guess I'm confused by what you mean by what do I use them for? I mean, what do you use anything in Dwarf Fortress for? It's a place to build stuff. Nothing in Dwarf Fortress has like an inherent necessary use, really. Like, almost everything with the exception of like food and alcohol for dwarves is kind of optional, really. I mean, it's one of those like the world's your oyster kind of deals. Kind of just do whatever you want, wherever you want. Yeah, gems. It's how you get to the caverns. Water, reliable water sources, power supplies. Because I tend to use the underground lakes on maps that don't have flowing water to generate water power. Source of food for hunting. You can gather food in them. Farming is 5 times more efficient than farming on the surface or in dirt. Plump helmets and like pigtails and quarry pods grow wild, so you don't have to worry so much about cooking plump helmets. You can just send some plant gatherers out there to just go gather some plump helmets. I don't know, what do you not use them for? Why wouldn't you use them? I guess is my only real thought here. So, how much further down do I want to go? Let's go another 2 layers down. No, I mean, I nerfed them, Cramp. At least to me, that's kind of a given. You nerf the cavern creatures, first off. But I don't know. I like, for me, caverns are like 90% of the game, honestly. Like, a Dwarf Fortress without having any access to the caverns ever is really dull. Like, I'll do it sometimes if, like, that's complete opposite of what I'm trying to do. But I find fortresses that focus on the cavern to be way more fun than the alternative. Endless source of fun? Certainly. But I don't know. I guess, like, literally whatever you want to use them for is what you should use caverns for. Okay, so up here is the area that I need to be very careful about and slowly dig through. Okay, so we need to dig to here. And also I need to dig over here. Although this isn't connected to anything anymore. Oh boy. This is starting to make my brain hurt. So I have to cave this in from multiple levels without going into this level. Why don't I actually do it this way instead? All right, I'm gonna take another gamble. I don't think, actually, no, they do. I was gonna say, I don't think they have access to this. No, they absolutely do. Maybe actually, no, they don't. Yeah, no, they don't. There they can. And go here, up to here, and up here. Run an ad currently. I need to put a wall right there. He's on. I know this was a while ago, Remy's in the YouTube chat, but they certainly made me call them stupid a lot. The current goal is I'm taking my lava cannons that I built, Jimmy, and I am going to make a reservoir of lava beneath them, and then I'm going to collapse all of my constructed cannons into the lava. Then I'm going to cry for a bit, and then we're going to figure out what we're doing from there. That is the current goal. But I'm trying to get all of that stuff covered in lava. Or obsidian. Or whatever. But fortunately, that's actually going to be really easy to do. It's just a matter of, like, digging out all of the annoying bits that could melt. And, stop it from falling. Nope. 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 Saw Dwarf go this way. Maybe actually that's okay. Can you get into there from in there? No. Okay. Actually, yeah. So that is fine. I can turn this burrow off, I think. Let's try turning it off again. Last time I turned it off, a bunch of dwarves died, so. A lot of this will be stuff of legends. You know what I kind of want to do right before I cave it in? Do a quick save, cave it in, and then do a quick save, and then jump back to that quick save, and then do it again in ASCII. I think I might do that. Welcome back, Wolfie. Because I still need to remove all of this. This is going to be the hard bit right here. Because it's still supported on this side. Okay, why? Ow. Oh, I see where you're going. Okay, so... just remove that ramp. Actually, no, I don't even need to do that. Just need them to finish digging this out. I don't think that killed anybody. If that killed somebody, killed somebody. What's going on? It's fine. Famous last words. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything is awesome. And everything is cool when you're part of a team. Like that. Teamwork. Oh, I see. We actually just found... What are you... How did you get up here? Well, Not totaled yet. I don't know how that dwarf didn't just get infected completely. Oh, well, I mean... Sure. Quit going up there. Any luck on the magma shotgun? So, are you paying any attention to the stream right now, currently? Because I have a question for you. If you're asking me about the magma shotgun, what do you think this thing that I'm caving in and giving up building and being all sad about the fact that I'm not going to finish it? What do you think that is? A wet noodle? A weird container of applesauce? I don't care if you just came back. You can use basic deduction to figure out what this is. And you've been here for the last, like, 2 hours. This is the magma shotgun. I've stated multiple times that I'm going to have to rebuild it or do something else with it. So, I mean, can't help you, dude. Yeah, no, long story short, did I finish the magma shotgun? Absolutely not. No, it's all dead. It's broken. We're done. It's kaput, kaplooey, goodbye, nada, dead. SOL. Is what it is. Shit out of luck. Trying to figure out how I can deconstruct this safely. I don't even think I can get to that right now. Because there's a chunk that I still need to remove. All right, well, that'll be the bottom bit. Actually, let's channel this down again. Instead of leaving one, we're going to leave 2 tiles. What? I am doing this safely. What part of this doesn't look safe? Like, also, OSHA has no jurisdiction here. What does it matter what OSHA thinks? Sorry, but OSHA doesn't exist in this universe. I'm pretty sure. In fact, I am 100% sure that OSHA doesn't exist. So you can take your OSHA myths, and I'll dig my ugly square. And Armok is loving this right now. You died. Salty. I'm sorry. That's about it. Speaking of power, there's one whole cavern layer I haven't found yet. By the way, if anybody missed that, there's a whole cavern layer I haven't found yet. There's a real possibility me doing these shenanigans is just gonna, like, land me on it. Besides, I could remove all of the supports right now and it wouldn't cave in because it's still connected on the top left, which I still need to fix. Actually, I'm just gonna mine out 2 of these so that's easier for me to build a support there. long story short, we got attacked by a forgotten beast that had deadly dust. The deadly dust then was carried on Dwarves' clothing before they could go clean themselves off, and it went and contaminated a bunch of the snow in this structure because I was doing some construction. They didn't go out anywhere else, just into this structure. Well, you may have seen screenshots of people with pictures of wine just scattered around their entire fortress. And the reason that is because if a contaminant liquid touches another contaminant liquid, they just spread infinitely. Meaning if pus gets into snow, it can just spread infinitely. Or if Forgotten Beast extract that makes you explode into a pile of blood gets caught in the snow, it'll spread infinitely throughout it. Just in smaller and smaller and smaller microfractions. So if you walk into the shotgun right now, you're guaranteed to die. You are guaranteed to die. Because you will become a bloody mess. People are fighting with something. Oh, look at this. Disorderly conduct. Excellent. Time to arrest one of my doctors, because I'm sure that's a good idea. Let's interrogate him first. As we're beating him to death, probably. Also go to cold cases. Any weird visitors? Oh, look at you. Welcome back. I don't know. I'm going to convict you of something. But also, let's make sure that you don't leave this time. Okay, what's Core doing? Oh, he's sleeping. Well, that'd be why. Cap. We have a new captain of the guard because the other one died, and now we have one with a legendary Judge of Intent. You haven't tried a snow fort yet? I mean, this is on a glacier. This is more than just a snow fort. But, you know, this may also just end up resulting in me just having way more space. Also, you can still see the blood contamination. Actually, go up a little bit. Up to here. See, you can see a small pile of Stigjal's Forgotten Beast extract. Frozen extract. It's frozen, and if anybody steps on that tile, you're basically guaranteed to die. So, uh-oh, someone was just found dead. Oh, that was crime. Commit crime, get dimed. I don't know what I'm saying. So basically what I gotta do is I gotta go through here. I'm gonna forbid that door. Oh boy. This is not gonna look very cool, but by that I mean this is gonna look really ugly. I need to get rid of this wall. So what I need to do is I need to... Okay, well, all of this is a lot permitted in here. I need to be more careful with this burrow. Let's go into here. Move a bunch of this. Move a bunch of that. This. All right, hopefully we can do this safely. People want to live here for some stupid reason. Now, because I know some of you guys get nervous when I only use single supports, I'm going to use 2 for this whole thing. I think that's plenty. I will probably become the mountain home? I'm already the mountain home. What? What are you talking about? Like, we are the capital. We have the king. That's the equivalent of being the mountain home. In order to become the mountain home, I have to, like, you know, dig down and get lava and whatnot. I was about to ask you what the heck's a bab, and then I realized what you were referring to. What's a bab? I pay attention to the kids' slang. Mm-hmm. Gotta be cautious sometimes. Sure, why not? You've been in the fort for a while. I'm gonna go over to here, and I'm going to place a kill switch over here. All right, let's go all the way across. Although, nope. Let's not go all the way across. You can go to there safely. Yep. If I do this wrong, I'm gonna just surprise suddenly, oopsie, accidentally fill my entire fortress up with lava. And there's probably enough pressure in this thing that would fill up to this layer, maybe even this layer, in a minute. Well, actually, no, it probably wouldn't. It would probably collide with the stairwell. It would drain, but it would be pretty catastrophic. Meanwhile, chat's going, please flood the fort with lava. I know what you guys want. Come on. I get it. I understand. It's a theme? What do you mean? That should remove all of the walls. I don't even know if they can get to there, assuming they can. Oh, you mean a meme? Is that what you're trying to say? You wanted to see someone route lava without needing to sacrifice a dwarf? I probably won't need to sacrifice a dwarf to do this. I certainly hope I won't need to sacrifice a dwarf to do this. I've lost enough already. Yeah, our lovely friends. I'm gonna trade with them in a sec. Sent some fine pewter over there. I don't care too much about that. Alright, so let's go trade with these elves. They're almost there. You know, I was planning on playing some other things tonight, but whoops. Oops, I accidentally. 10.5-hour stream of Dwarf. Magma flooding is cool too, though. Intrusive thoughts? There's no intrusive thoughts. Actually, I mean, if I were to let the intrusive thoughts win, I would have stopped streaming a billion years ago, so... Maybe not a billion, but like 6 or 7 years ago, at least. Good long time ago, I would have stopped. Recognize is coming to trade. What else am I going to do with the dog bones? What the elves bring me? Okay, well, they brought me a giant badger. I'll take it. Gonna have 2 gems. Thanks. I have giant dingoes already. I don't need normal-sized dingoes. It can hang out with my crow and my cardinal and my hooters. I actually don't know if this zone is even... Oh, no, it is. Stray puppy. Yeah, no. Nope. Okay. Well, they're busy. I'll get it in there a minute. Actually, maybe Badger should go in the tavern. With the koalas. I got too many animals. Like, way too many animals. There it is. If any dwarves want it as a pet, they can name it. I leave that up to the dwarves. Besides, honey just makes me think of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. And there's no badgers in King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Toodles! Wait. Random question. Are you Toodles that I played, like, Crossfire with 10,000 years ago? I mean, how many Toodleses could there possibly be? Okay, wow. Good to see you. Long time. How you been? Used to play free-to-play first-person shooters with this guy, like 2009? Something like that? This is confusing even for my brain. But thanks for the prime. Cheers, man. Every now and again, Hazed One pops in. He's the only one from the old days that I still talk to now and again. In fact, I think I might be wrong now, but I'm pretty sure the first Twitch stream I was ever on was actually one that Toodles did for like 90 seconds. Firefall, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a long one again, Devilish, yeah. It has been a long one. That's one kind of neat thing about Twitch is like every now and again, people that I used to talk to a long time ago pop in and they're like, hi. And it's like, holy shit. Wow. Hello. Doesn't happen very often, but it's neat when it does. So I'm not sure if they can get to here. Looks like they can. Okay, that's fine. Before I do this, tell them to go up here and deconstruct that. Need this deconstructed, and I need all this removed. I'm just gonna forbid everything that's on here. I don't know what you're going for. Don't want you gathering it. You can make newer clothes. Chat, do me a huge favor. Answer Toodles' question for us. We're gonna play some. As I was joking earlier today with somebody else in chat. I technically played some adventure mode earlier today for about 10 seconds, just because I wanted to show something. There's enough people who haven't ever seen adventure mode that it's like, well. But yes, we're gonna play it. That is 100% happening. All right, so the way I'm going to allow my dwarves to still get here. This. They can't currently get down this far.
blindirl just finished watching your latest DF hack video.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the info.
There's one like bit where I said something incorrectly in that video. And I kind of don't care enough to go fix it, if I'm being completely honest. But I did state one thing wrong in that video, which someone already pointed out. Which is fine. Anybody with more than 2/3 of a brain can deduce what I said incorrectly, and it's fine. I'm sure all parties involved will live. Or they'll just be pissed at me for all eternity for getting one thing wrong. But yes, we're absolutely going to be playing adventure mode. I'd be stupid not to. Okay, that I need to get rid of. It's probably just, yeah, it's not in the burrow. That's the issue. Nope. Well, I need to click and drag. I'm using this tool too much. There we go. Okay. Keep digging. I've been on DF binge, so watching you play it starts to make your head hurty. Why? Yeah, I mean, I've been playing cut on and off. I'm gonna finish that run that I've been on, which is a roleplay run so I can save. Iron Pit, what caused what? The hell did Iron Pit die of? I'm assuming old, like, age? It's mid-spring and he just died in a workshop. Well, rest in peace, I suppose. I doubt it. Oh, no, you are. Look at that. Yeah, no, you are still, in fact, kicking. Still around. Oh shit, we got this the zombie to confess to something. What? Sees. The dwarf poet, who goes by the gleeful letter, corrupted V-Boy Chaos in order to have an agent in Sunbirths. They made a... wow, okay, well. Got you I can convict now, so it'll be... Well, that's a shame. But they fortunately didn't actually steal anything, so hopefully nobody dies. But we'll see. Wouldn't surprise me too much. Cold cases. Just saw a dwarf I need, or a person I would like to interrogate. I thought. Guess not. Well, instead I will interrogate this moon person. And catapult the corpse. Not really. Holy crap, that's a big badger. Look how long that badger is. That is a really big badger. So the Flag of Warriors is a dwarven civ, I think? Which is really interesting. I don't have access to any of them. But they have a lot of these experiment people in there. None of those are grazers. Not everything needs to graze. This one feels love after gaining siblings. I think that this might be the most unrealistic koala I've ever seen. Koalas never felt love for anything, except for maybe a tree. And then absolute sadness and distress when they were no longer in said tree. B-Boy Chaos was found dead. Beaten to death by the captain of the guard. Well. That's what happens when you agree to commit theft. Crimes against the fortress. They're surprisingly violent. I've seen many a video, because I have this habit of saying they look kind of cute sometimes, and then every person who's from Australia just adds me and goes, no, they're not! Anyway, Lucas Bat, the child, has grown and is now an adult. It's just like when people try and tell me that raccoons are cute. And, well, yeah, they can be kind of cute. They are also, like, monsters. Like, absolute fucking monsters. You're a grown-up now. A big dwarf now, in fact. Doesn't change the fact that they're monsters. One benefit of this whole debacle is once it's over, all this magnetite. Got ourselves an open pit mine when it's done. Did you get an elf or human? Or if it'd be fine too. I think I might have some humans. I do. May have some others. I got a goblin. A human spearman? Or... I have a dwarf named Elfie, but that's separate. Or a human poet. What do you want? Ducks are, in fact, evil. It stops them from drowning. It's what teaching your dwarves how to swim does. Which I couldn't do in this fort, because I'd probably kill them. Oh, you want the goblin? Or that is human, because I'm capable of reading. Orblin. You're a very ineffective monster hunter. And you're a citizen of the Flag of Warriors. Former member of the Ignorant Menace. I feel like the Ignorant Menace is just like anybody who willingly watches Fox News. This is a goblin, and he's often inflamed by hatred because he's a goblin. Easily develops hatred towards things. He sometimes is cruel. Weird. I mean, he is a goblin. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight because he's a goblin. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he does not go out of his way to help others. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments, and he is quick to anger. He tends to consider what others think of him, and occasionally overindulges. He tends to think before acting and isn't particularly curious about the world. He can handle stress, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he has an active sense of duty. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason and doesn't care about anything anymore. That's nothing new. He's a goblin. Dreams of ruling the world because he's a goblin, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, only if he's in charge. Values peace over war and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and doesn't have any strong feelings about tradition, and doesn't really value independence one way or another. You do have some family. None of them live here because they're all goblins, and no friends. I feel kind of bad about that. You have just no friends. One pass. I guess literally all you've done since getting here is meditated, so, I mean, you're biding your time, I suppose. Just like real life, I'm sorry. Okay, well, let's... Actually, hold on. Is this accessible by the... okay. It's like, why is none of these stuff getting done? It's like right here, very accessible, nice, easy. But nobody's like doing it. And I was like, well, I wonder why. Well, turns out I couldn't get there. Weird. And people say they ignore burrows. Gosh, wish they'd ignore these burrows. Does the goblin have any kills? I doubt it. Right, yeah, you killed 5 goblins in the Hell of Bridals, wherever that is. Some person wants to stay here to study. Okay. Okay, so what I need to do now, we're almost there, actually. I should be able to pull this lever soon, TM. But first, obviously, I'm going to have to fill the whole thing up with lava. Kill Switch Engage. They're touring here soon. Although they're one of those bands that has very few of the original members left, so... Even Kill Switch Engage anymore? I don't know. I don't think so. I also have kind of not that much of an idea of how effective this is going to be when it finally does cave in. Okay, so that's a hole. And I have to literally go all the way up and down this on either side and figure out, just by eyeballing it, if all of the supports have been removed. Heard him. Saw that name a minute ago. Heard him, the poet. Nah, no thank you. You get out. Kind of thought that the necromancer creature was asking for a meeting because they were running through here. That, or they are just being super sus and trying to... I was too afraid to not comply. What is your name, beastie? Oh, I got a ghost. Cool. Where he went. Saw him running by, but weird. Okay, so this area all good. This area all good. This is the only supports left. Nish the weaponsmith withdraws from society. Really, this is worse than Genghis Khan for the sports population? That's one way to put it. I don't think I've ever had something in one of my forts compared to Genghis Khan before, but, you know, I guess there's a first time for everything, right? Where are you going, and how did you get here? Let's see. What are you doing? Also, better question is, why in the world are you not trading? Stuff's really difficult to look at, I'm not gonna lie. Even for me, stuff is hard as hell to look at. Okay, why the hell are you not training? You should be training. It's not active? Oh, wow. It's not! They're not actively training. Well, they are now. Yes. Sure, oh shit, 14 trees. That's the most they've ever let me chop down. That's okay, we don't need to chop any down. Let's check on this forge. Dwarf's running off. What are you grabbing? Steel bars. Ooh, let's follow this mood while they dig stuff. Hauling obsidian. But yeah, no, it was something. That Forgotten Beast. It's nice to have Forgotten Beasts that like are devastating. It's been a long time since I've had one that's devastating. But like realistically at the same time, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as bad if I hadn't intentionally attacked the thing. I could have played that super duper duper safely and probably not encountered had a single death from it. But because I didn't play it safely, it went kind of crazy. Wow, this guy's killed 2 Forgotten Beasts for me. How nice of you. Very kind. What are you doing? Well, they're attacking it in the glass. This thing's made of glass, so it's just a battle of attrition. Oh, wow, they got it. Shit. Grizzly still. Well done, old man Grizzly still. Stab the Forgotten Beast with your tunnel tube spear and clove it in half. Not bad. But yeah, simply put, I don't think that fight would have been particularly crazy. I would have lost my Marks Dwarves likely, and then what I could have done is just lock them in. But I think something that like everybody needs to remember with these forts is I could play this 1,000 times safer. I just don't. For a variety of reasons. Mostly playing super safe is boring. Apparently Rin died somehow. Oh, you also got hit with the Forgotten Beast extract. Well, that sucks. Is there... So Rin's Recursive Reverie got covered and got killed somehow. I'm just gonna check something because I want to be certain. This is cheating, but bled to death. Okay, so this dwarf got infected somehow. So Rin bled all the way down here. Rin bled all the... Okay, wait. Okay, so Rin's bleeding started here. Rin must have gone up here. Okay, are you also bleeding? Right. How are you getting out of here, then? Let's just get these channeled out. The dust refuses to be contained. I know exactly where it is. I'm just, I guess, failing occasionally to keep dwarves out of it. Didn't realize that this was still letting them walk here. One thing. This can all be disabled. This area is still allowed for some reason. I guess like that one was a military dwarf. Is it possible for someone to fulfill the ruling the world dream? You have to become the king or queen of a faction, basically. But yeah, I guess theoretically. Really tough, though. I might be able to bury this dwarf. We'll see. Because this is the only thing that's still... The only area where they can still... get up to there. Now that'll kill us all. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. You lead us down here, which is about to be separate. I don't think this is connected in any other way. Not aside from this. Okay, so this stairway needs to be removed. I need to channel this out once this is done. New trauma? What's the new trauma? Until last year, I thought it was a made-up creature, the Gorlak or something. Wait, what's wrong with Gorlaks? What do you have against Gorlaks? Gorlaks are wonderful. Gorlaks are literally the only lawful good creature in Dwarf Fortress. They are like the polar opposite of goblins. Gorlaks are the kindest, best creature in this video game. Like, if we're talking, like, good aligned creatures, they are the only natural paladins in this game. Okay, so this DF hack like tool is actually starting to annoy me because I want like much more precise control, and it's way too easy to accidentally just like make them go to completely the wrong spot. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I'm not gonna name any dwarves at this exact moment. Let's just focus on the prize here. And also, for once, I genuinely agree with the despite the danger line. Like, yes, there is a lot of danger just being here. It's like a Stephen King novel. It's like, oh yeah, no, there's this dust in the snow that'll kill you. Make you bleed to death. Yeah, Gorlax are playable in adventure mode. All right, Dwarf. If you right here go die, nothing I can do for you. If you insist on walking into the most dangerous area of the entire fort, that's on you, dude. I'm actually just going to go all the way up here and just forbid everything in here. I kind of thought I did that already, but it's looking more and more like I didn't. Okay. Rovod wants to stay for the purpose of soldiering. So far, so good. Ha! Just dodged it. Oh. I think also part of this is I just got a migrant wave. That was huge, actually. I need to put them all into the burrow, so get out of here. Oh, there you go. Well, here's one of the newest additions. This is what happens when you touch the stuff. See? Heavy bleeding. 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 Bang. And that's why I'm killing this whole thing. That's why we're caving it all in. Well, they all insist on picking up equipment. It's all forbidden. Like, I can't cancel these jobs, so there's nothing I can do. If they just want to go up there and die, they go up there and die. There is quite literally nothing I can do right now. Meanwhile, Nish has created Stingbull Slug. A steel battle axe, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. I didn't want all of those new migrants anyways. This is a steel battle axe. Our craftsmanship ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel and decorated with mule leather, and encircled with bands of rose-cut yellow zircons and emerald-cut praise opals, and tunnel tube. This object menaces with spikes of praise opal. On the item is an image of the meditation of shooting an iron spear in obsidian. On the item is an image of Lord Ubda, the dwarf, and yaks in limestone. Lord Ubda is surrounded by the yaks. Yep, created a massive trail. They do that. Oh, no, that's supposed to be racing. Okay. So this isn't quite completely removed, but should be able to remove this. Remove you from the top here. We have to get rid of that. Then I have to start sealing this whole thing off. Okay. Because otherwise that'll stop this whole thing from falling. Plenty of dwarves down underneath it. Tracking turned on? Liquid tracking? Of course. The fuck? You're not playing Dwarf Fortress if you have liquid tracking turned off. Why else do you think all this blood spread is happening and all of this liquid spread is happening? Like, you're turning off a huge chunk of the simulation if you turn it off. Let's get that battle axe memorialized. That's why there's snow everywhere indoors, too. Like, I genuinely feel that if you are playing Dwarf Fortress and you have liquid tracking off, you're either playing on a potato, and my condolences, or you simply don't want to play the game. You haven't turned it on? It was on by default when I played. At least I remember it always being on. I may have just, like, absent-mindedly turned it on when I started, but yeah, if you don't have liquid tracking on, you ain't playing Dwarf Fort, in my opinion. Because there goes all of your fun contaminant stuff. Battle axe. Steel battle axe. It's that one. Yeah, I've played with liquid tracking on as long as I can remember. I think we're almost there. Okay, let me just double check these. Okay. Okay. These lower layers. The last thing I gotta do is this. And then to here, to here, to here, to here, up to here. So once this stair is done, I'm gonna take a guinea pig. I'm gonna go tell them to go stand on this thing. Actually, no. I'm gonna make a new squad. No uniform. I'm gonna search by stress level up. Someone who's not named. Let's say Kel. We're stuck in an ad, but there's nothing particularly interesting happening. I'm just gonna see if Kel can get to this. It can. Then I know that this isn't sealed. So, Kel, can you go stand here? But first, I gotta get a drink. Chat, whenever you see people saying, oh no, ad, can you just at them and say there's nothing important happening? Which is true. There is nothing important happening. I'm just literally waiting for this dwarf to go pick up some equipment and then go see if they can station there. And if they can't, no, it's safe. No, you don't need your legs massaged. You need to stretch. I like how this dwarf went and grabbed a ring. No, they grabbed a flask and a backpack. Okay. I thought you were grabbing a ring. I was like, how's that a provision? Yeah, unfortunately, I'm having to do a planned rapid deconstruction of the lava cannon because the construction site got contaminated with poisonous murder spices, but I mean, you didn't miss anything in the ad break, for whatever it's worth. We were just literally watching this dwarf run around. And collect some random crap. Okay, so can you actually go station? And if you can, how do you get up there? Oh, well, that's not even remotely useful. All right, then, in that case, get out of here. Let's throw somebody else in here. Like... lead. I'm just going to tell you pretty bluntly, Gemazar, everybody is, and I don't think you'll ever complete... Like, the only way to, like, actually watch the VODs and stay caught up is by literally... starting from the beginning of a finished series and watching it through. You try and keep up. You need to remember I stream like 35 to 45 hours a week. How did the fortress lose 50 dwarves in 2 hours? It didn't lose 50 dwarves in 2 hours. It lost about closer to 90. Well, no. Yeah, closer to 90 because we had 234. And chat can explain it. Forgotten beast Atu has come, a giant feathered ladybug. It has 4 long straight horns, and it squirms and fidgets. Its rust feathers are long and narrow. Beware its deadly spittle. That is super weak, so I'm just going to ignore it. You were doing good with Sunbirths? Well, I mean, what episode are you on, if I can ask? How the hell? Oh, I see. Okay, well, you go back to where you were. We're going to go around this way. And around this way. And around this way. And around this way. And I'm going to claim these boulders here. Not that body, though. We're going to go here. Going to remove that. Going to go here. Except I'm going to remove that on priority 2. No. 3. And do not stand there. For the love of dwarfs. Cavern dwellers. Let's see how this Atu ladybug does. I'm not expecting her to do particularly well. I'm a deady bug. Yeah, see, seriously injured. Bugs are so weak, especially forgotten beast bugs. You can kill them with wooden weapons. I mean, how many things did it kill? One? Okay, so it killed a crocodile and one swallow. Fighting with an army of them that are still stealth that I can't see. I mean, they appear when they die, obviously, but... they'll get it. They'll get it eventually. I appreciate it. I mean, the YouTube stream always lags below the Twitch stream by kind of a lot, but I don't think it's a fair contest. A bowl of dust. Makes dwarves into balls of gore. I don't know if I'd call it a bowl of dust, but it's certainly some nightmare stuff. And a bowl is a thing of nightmares, so maybe it's not that inaccurate. Let's throw these in here. This here. All right. I think this is gonna be where I pull the lever. This is where we're gonna flood it. That being said, whenever people are able to actually keep up with the streams, I'm very impressed. An example of this is good example of this would be Shogun, who's been timestamping all the VODs. I'm very, very impressed they're able to keep up. All right, so I'm once again going to tell my guinea pig go stand here. First, you're gonna go sleep. Okay. Well, then take a Tylenol. I would still recommend stretching. This poor dwarf, I got a shitty bedroom. It's like right in between. It's like the closet between the important things. It's like, where's your bedroom? Oh, the broom closet? Awesome. Also what Chrome said. Yep. Or Chrome. And watch the VODs. Skipped a few recent ones, being honest. Oh, no, that's totally fair. I mean, the part ones of the VODs also always do better than literally every other part. I mean, for whatever it's worth, the main YouTube channel right now is making me about... Oh, shit, I've got a bunch of livestock I gotta slaughter. The main YouTube channel right now is making about $1,100 a month. And the backup channel, the extras channel, is doing about $200 a month. So it's totally acceptable as far as I'm concerned. No. We will never have a redeem award about hydrating, because I have no problems with keeping hydrated. And it's not your guys' business. I don't like letting stream chat control my life, period. Any aspect of my life, either. Okay, so you can't get there, which is what we need. Still can't get there. Redeem alcohol. If I can get $50 in bits, I will go grab myself an ounce of scotch. I really don't like drinking on stream. If you're gonna meme about it, I'll give you an option. So, it's inaccessible. Which is exactly what we needed. Seems like a pretty good side gig. Not to be weird or anything, but this sure as hell isn't my side gig. This is very far from my side gig. Also, I speak in Canadian dollars, so keep that in mind. All right, let's do that. Get that deconstructed. Going to unforbid these. Going to remove these. I'm going to remove that. Don't want them walking past this body. Actually, even better. Could just do it this way. Let's use blocks, because then I'll know that they'll actually make it here. Gabbro blocks are fine. Telemaz, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Cheers. No, I make content for a living. It's part of my business, right? So, like, if Twitch is a majority of my income, or a large portion of it, then YouTube is a portion of it. And also, the money goes up and down every month on YouTube. This month has been, okay. I've had better months, I've had bad months, I've had good months, I've had great months. This is a, month. Not to be mean, Devilish, because I know that you're just being polite, and that's just the way people talk now. Please don't they me. I'm he, him, pretty strictly. Well, I mean, so Wander, just to give you a little idea here. I don't mean this condescendingly. It's just because you're in a Twitch stream, so it's important you know what's up. The Prime sub that Telemaz just did, which is brand new, gives me about $2.50, depending on the country, because certain countries have different income amounts. This is all from today. One bit is 1 American penny. So this is $1 down here. This is 1 cent. That's $3. That's $23. For subscriptions, again, it depends on the region, but let's just say we're talking American dollars right now. I get 70% of the $5 subscriptions, so these are all gifted subscriptions today. Plus, there was also, like, just people who subscribe monthly, which is, like, you get ad-free viewing and emotes, basically. And on some tiers, I give sound commands, which is... How do I want to do this? I've been making a living doing this since about 2016. 2016 was when it became the majority of my income. Granted, I made fuck all for the first few years, so. It's not a perfect gig, but it's the gig that all the kids want. It makes it kind of cool in a weird way. Where did that dwarf just go? You guys stuck down here? No, okay, they're hauling ore out of here. Who try to make a living from streaming and they really can't. I always tell people that wanting to make a living streaming is like the equivalent of saying that you're gonna be you want to be Bruce Springsteen for a living. It's like the, I guess, modern day equivalent of wanting to be a rock star to a degree. It's the gig all the kids want. I mean, when I was little, I didn't want that specifically, but when I was little, I wanted to be in radio. It worked out. Sort of. Not in radio, but get to talk into a microphone all day. Probably spend more hours talking into a microphone than most radio DJs. That's completely incorrect, Minnie. And the reason I say that is I know people who've streamed longer than me who still sit at like 5 concurrent viewers. It doesn't work for everybody. I mean, maybe unless you're referring to it as like working for me. Yeah, it certainly has worked for me. But I'm also at this point in the top, like, actually, hold on, I can tell you. Where am I on Twitch right now? Let's find out. Twitch tracker. That's why you work on anxiety. Dealing with social anxiety and anxiety in general is a process. It's a skill that you learn. It's like public speaking. You get better at it. And as you get more used to doing things, it stops being so anxiety-inducing. I used to be scared shitless of streaming. I have panic attacks when I try to stream. Okay, so currently I am the 9,437th biggest channel on Twitch and the 3,209th biggest English channel on Twitch. In the top 0.13% of Twitch currently at this exact second, which is a very small number of people. Last December, for anybody who was watching last December, right when Dwarf Fortress came out, we had like 1,100 people watching. I was in the top 600 for a minute there. That was a fun week. Human Caravan has arrived. I may trade with them, but first, I'm going to go all the way to the bottom of this, and we're going to remove all these boulders. Or not all these boulders, but I'm going to remove the burrow from this entire area, because I don't think... Do not think I am going to be able... Okay. I'm going to remove the burrow from the bottom of this. Remove the burrow from here. Because I need to... Well, actually, okay, so lava is going to fill pretty deep. Try to get the drawbridges. Please save us, so you'll check the VOD tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow too, Lucas. So I'm sure you'll see the aftermath then, regardless. I'm not even 100% certain this is gonna work. Like, just looking at it, it's like, there's like 5 ways this could go catastrophically bad. But like, YOLO, I suppose. I'm gonna go up to there. Now what we need to do, I need to go around the base of this. Move all of this. And build a wall. Right there. Because Among Us is an extraordinarily simple, boring, generic shape. Where are you going? Okay, so you can get out that way. I do see it, though. All right, that's kind of an Among Us. That's kind of an Among Us. It's one of those, like, well, it's because it only takes, like, 3 shapes to make an Among Us, right? It's a very simple process to make one of those shapes. Diplomacy. Let's just ask for iron. They want shields and backpacks. Okay, well, I can't sell you backpacks. That's illegal, but try and sell you shields. Okay. That should have forbidden everything down here, hopefully. But I guess the humans are here to witness our grand construction collapsing. It's a horrifying day. All right, so there's one more spot I need to check. Which was... Okay, so that's sealed, that's sealed, that's sealed, that's sealed. All right, well, it's time to open the drawbridge and start the sucker filling with lava. Oh, never mind. Literally can't do that. Wanna know why I literally can't do that? Because you're very, very smart streamer friend here. All right, well, let's do this the dumb way then. What could possibly go wrong? All right, who's ready for 2 big old things to cave in? And a lot of lava to go shooting out. Now, snow-covered white sand. There is a way that this could go horrific. And the way that this could go horrific is if ice melts and then becomes water and then becomes obsidian and seals this entire thing from caving in. Or if dolomite pillars melt. That could also cause this whole thing to go catastrophic. But, you know, like, we don't talk about that. We don't worry about that. So, put down a quick save. Never played Among Us, but Vampire Survivors just came out with a DLC collab, so I guess it'll be your first Among Us game. This is like a lot of people have never played Shovel Knight, but they've encountered Shovel Knight in other games. Among Us is just like a more recent Shovel Knight. I'm gonna have to highlight this entire VOD, aren't I? All right, chat, can I get a bunch of lava in the chat? I don't think this is going to just erupt upwards, but it might. All right, Kel. You brave dwarf. But okay, we're not going to dig out that. Remember I said it might erupt upwards, but I'm not sure. It was a bit intense. Okay, well, that went a little further than I wanted it to, but it's fine for the most part. I wonder if there's any dwarves down here. Not seeing any. Well. Okay, sweet. It didn't go too far. That's okay. So far, so good. Look at all of that fluxstone. I do see a shield down here. It must have come from the... Oh, wow. Is this an... Oh, hey, it's a named shield. Yeah, that must have been the one that that dwarf was using. Did you miss the collapse? No. Oh, we're just filling the base. Just letting the flooding begin. Then we'll collapse it. Although what I am going to do first is I'm going to pause the game. Camera back on. And I'm going to place... some memorials. Why is there a horse in my fort? Who let a stupid horse in my fort? What's it gonna do? Die? That's all it's valuable for here. All right. Speaking of wine spreading infinitely, guess who's suddenly starting to notice wine spreading around? Stuck in an ad break, so I knew that was coming. I was waiting for it. Although I think placing stockpiles over wine cleans it. Can it rain wine? In certain good biomes, yeah. I wonder if wine burns. No, it's frozen in liquids spread infinitely is the problem. And there are some biomes where it can rain wine. Looking if barrels can leak? No. No, but what can happen is dwarves can hold mugs or goblets, and then they can drop them if a job cancels it or if they get attacked. And then that can make a spill, or it can get all over themselves. And then they can wash it off and it can get onto the ground, or alternatively, it can just land on the ground. Yeah, I also had a fort once that had infinitely repooling dwarven pus. Because I had a dwarf get really, really, really infected with a glob of stuff that was shot at them by a forgotten beast. No, because it won't pool with depth. It needs to pool with depth in order for that to work. Although what you could try doing is you could try putting glass pots full of wine into a minecart and then firing that through lava, because it might make the minecart explode, because alcohol does explode if it's inside of a barrel and it catches fire. I don't know if that would do that 100%, but I have a slight suspicion it would. Actually, I wonder. All right, well, at least they run around and clean up the wine, so that's good. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how this pile of wine got here. Also, aren't you supposed to be in your own burrow, kiddo? Oh, I see. All the kids are in the wrong burrow right now. That's bad. Get inside, you doofuses. Legendary treasure hunter of the treachery of assaults. There's no way you are guilt-free. Also, I have a necromancer experiment who lives in my fortress now. How many? Hold on. Human residents do I have? Kind of a few, damn. I kind of just accepted a couple without paying attention during that whole thing. Interesting. Not that many, but a couple. All right, let's let this keep filling. This is gonna fill pretty quick. Here, let me show you another visual descriptor. I know some people are allergic to ASCII, but take a peek at this. This is on my Twitch channel right here. If I go to clips and I go to all time, this one. Okay, so allow me to just decode this for you for a second. For those of you who are not initiated, that is a dragon. That tiny little D in the middle of the screen, okay, that's a dragon. All of these green pots are green glass pots. Most of these are filled with alcohol. Some of them have food in them, okay? So what's gonna happen is dragon is gonna turn this child into a toaster. See, now kid is becoming toast, okay? Okay, now after ripping its arm off, he turns it into toast. Then what happens is he fires that glob of dragon fire. And it is burning that. And then this happens. That's not dragon fire, that's alcohol exploding. So theoretically, sure, you could do that. Big green D, yep. That was a fun stream. was the last. I'm pretty sure that was the last stream I did before Premium came out. So yes, barrels with alcohol in them explode. Ghostly Weaponsmith has been laid to rest. Yes, because they released Vile Force of Darkness, the song, like the day before the game came out. A pick down here. Oh no, never mind. That's not a pick. There, it's a designation. But yeah, they released the song Vile Force of Darkness like the day before the game came out. And that was our first time listening to it, was during that whole event. We like dug too deep. We had a dragon attack us. Uh-oh. Keep on thinking there's lava getting into my fort somehow. There isn't, I swear. Safe. We dug too deep. We had a dragon attack us. I think there was a hydra. It was crazy. Yeah. We had demons having triplets in the basement constantly that were pink. Do you get dragons to come without mods? I mean, how do you get anything to show up in Dwarf? More or less, I had to cave an entire floor in on them to kill them Bastet. It's actually not too bad of a descriptor. So there's that door. Where's the other door that they used to get down here? This one. I'm gonna lock this door. I'm gonna turn this off. Turn the burrow off. Oh, there's absolutely things you can change in World Gen. There's some things that I'm like hesitant to answer direct questions about with Dwarf Fortress. And things like, how do I get dragons to appear? Well, I mean, you turn up their spawn rate, which you can do in Advanced World Gen, or you can do just in the game. Raw files, which I guess counts as modding. But yeah, there's some things that I'm hesitant to answer questions about with Dwarf Fortress because I feel like it removes some of the fun from it. You could settle on a dragon, which there's a handful of ways to do that very simply. One of my first forts in version 40, I had a one-eyed fire-breathing chicken, which I dubbed the Shitty Dragon. I love how the dwarves just take the most chaotic evil route. It's like just the most dangerous route they possibly could. So this will drain off the map here. So it shouldn't fill higher than here. So this is the layer I'm going to fill it up to. Unless it melts these pillars. At which point then, because it shouldn't melt pillars because pillars are constructed object, but I also don't know if it will. So we'll find out when it hits that. So while that slowly does its thing, we're going to start saying thanks for the memories. I am amazed that the moods are as stable as they are after all of this, by the way. I mean, like, when you look at the dwarves' moods, they're not actually that pissed. Which I think is kind of incredible. Part of the reason I'm putting a wall around this is because somebody said this is Dwarven Chernobyl. Which, I don't disagree, actually. That's, like I said, it's pretty apt. Yeah, there are many ways that you can find dragons. That particular dragon showed up. They're like any Titan, right? I had a Hydra show up in this map. It could have equally have been a dragon. The game pulls from whatever creature is closest in your proximity to send large creatures. So, like, the most common ones would be, like, giants or minotaurs or ettins or cyclopses. Those are the really common ones. But the less common ones are things like, you know... Is Dolomite lava safe? I guess it must be, because it's not melting. Oh, nope, there we go. They're all starting to disappear now. Maybe not. It's just got a higher melting point than some other things. I can never remember what is and what isn't. I just know Gabbro is. Okay, so I could probably go in and chisel out another spot for more lava to flow in. There's that one right now. That one right now is flowing in. Merchants will be leaving soon. That is okay with me. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's best I don't. Okay. Then I guess it must be salty. So I can mine... Weaponsmith has been possessed. I could go down here and I could mine this out. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Watch the population crawl back up. They're here for the fireworks, though. Selfish beards. All right, so I don't actually need to do this. They can still get down there. How are we getting down there? I'm actually curious. Big channel. That's Weaponsmith. Didn't you get there once, Stone? Oh, I see where you're getting down. Okay. Pause. We're going to channel this out. All right. So we are... You see this? You see how it's turning to water and then turning to mud and then disappearing and then turning to water and then turning to mud and then eventually turning to sand? Ah, shit. Okay, I have to go over here and dig this out. I need a brave volunteer. I mean, it's fine. It's not actually connected. It is a... no, actually it is. It is connected. You have to dig this out. 100% have to dig this out, but it's obsidian, so it's okay. But you see how it's eventually turning to sand? It's because it's literally melting all the ice that's off there. And then it's exposing whatever's underneath, which is sand. Temperature is neat in this game. Merchants have embarked on their journey. See if I can go up and then down, maybe? Ooh, that's dangerous to stand on. Forgotten Beast has come. A huge feathered spider. It has mandibles and it is slavering. Its lavender blush feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poison bite. Also going to ignore that one probably, but I'll check where it is. If it doesn't have webs, it's super weak. If it does have webs, it's still not super strong. Oh wow, there's an area up here I haven't explored. Today I learned. Still more areas I haven't plundered into in the caverns. Again? These dwarves, they do love their parties, don't they? They dedicate this one, I think, to the burning the cannons. Should probably eat that horse. Come on, chat. Give me your best party emotes. Go. Whenever the game is hitching, I'm scared that that thing's collapsing. Turn this down ever so slightly, and then I'm gonna jump over to here, and I'm actually just gonna go slaughter a bunch of animals. Got a bunch of things that I do not want nor need running around. Where'd you go? There you are, this llama. That or I could, you know, actually, I'm gonna make the llama available as a pet, and I'm just gonna pasture it because I think one of my barons likes llamas. Wait. Okay, I misread that for a second. I thought it said I could train the crow for war, and I was like, whoa! No, it's the giant leopard, which makes sense. But man, that would be cool if I could train the crow for war. Are there any flying creatures that are war trainable in Dwarf Fort? Gotta be at least one, right? Rocks? Oh yeah, I guess rocks are. I know there's something weird that like when creatures are in your fort, like they almost never fly even if they can. Always been a little weird, but. Space. We're good. See how the base of this sucker's doing. All right, starting to fill up. Getting there. Also, for anybody wondering, it's an ASCII currently. Actually really like the way this fortress looks in ASCII. Looks super cool. And what's even better is the dwarves are all hanging out in this tavern. And you know what I'm about to do? About to replace a wall in the tavern. I think this is something I should have done a while ago. Some of you may have noticed, for a while now I've been making windows. It's time to make the view a little nicer. What, swap over to ASCII like that? You know, fun fact, it's actually a requirement that they do that. Because Steam will allow you to sell a game on Steam that also has a free version. The free version just can't be superior or have any free version or any features that the paid version doesn't. Basically, you can't have a superior free version. Wish that could be hotkeyed. Yeah, I used to have a way to like turn on and off my tile set with one button press. Because because you used to be able to set a full screen tile set and a non-full screen tile set. So my full screen tile set would be like a visuals tile set, and then the non-full screen one would be, or my non-full screen one would be my normal tile set, and then the full screen one would be ASCII, just straight ASCII. So you're gonna get that done. He's done. Got these found cavern creatures. I have a strange mood running right now that I'm forgetting. Yes, I do. Okay, you are making what you're making. Obsidian, rough praise opals, tunnel tube logs, alpaca wool cloth, microcline, goat kid bone, brass, ooh, and sheep's wool. You're a weaponsmith. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? I think a ceremonial battle axe that's gonna be made with not great weapon materials, but pretty cool item at the very least. Yeah, that's the one thing that genuinely hurts me about this version of the game. It's the one feature that I genuinely cry about. My heart. Every day. It's the lack of waves. All right, so now the dwarves can watch. And you know what? I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna let the military watch too. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to let the brewers in the kitchen watch. Playtest, the weaponsmith, has created Zalulash Sakzul Zimkel Basin, a brass mace, and claims it as a personal treasure. You don't get often personal treasures around here, but it's a ceremonial brass mace. This is a brass mace. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut praise opals and decorated with tunnel tube and encircled with bands of sheep's wool. And this object menaces with spikes of brass, goat bone, alpaca wool, and menaces menaces with spikes of brass, goat bone, and alpaca wool. On the item is an image of a fisherberry and microcline. On the item is an image of the jaw of cackling, the pigtail toga in obsidian. One of my only non-weapon artifacts. Okay, so you're taking it to the weapons stockpile, which is fair. I have a donkey. We're gonna eat that donkey. Hunting gorillas are kind of neat. A lot of yeah, because they have wrestling skills, don't they? I think I've seen gorillas like once. Generally, I see bonobos or chimpanzees or other variations of monkey. Don't usually find I see gorillas, though. I'm sorry, what? Grim Virtual Hopeless? Oh, like donkey burgers? I get it. You know, I'm still kind of sad that this version of the game changed the name, or the name of where donkeys to where ass, or from where ass to where donkeys. I still kind of feel like that's a betrayal, but, you know. I understand them not wanting to have, like, weird, crass jokes ham-fisted sideways into the game. Gorilla throws the Kia. Yeah, I believe it. I'm certain a gorilla is a bigger... Uh-oh. Limestone slope. Shit. Think I may have horribly fucked up. This will be kind of sketchy, but I should be able to make it work. Because I'm pretty sure this right here is going to stop it from caving in. I'm pretty sure. Not 100% sure, just pretty sure. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see they can dump a bucket right there. I'm hoping what'll happen is they will be able, is the bucket will melt when it gets a little closer. How many buckets do I have? Fix dry buckets. I have a problem, because buckets filled with ice aren't considered broken by that command. It's a problem. Ponder lamination. They are discussing the concept of laminates. Well is operational. Bucket is empty. Is it weird that I'm sitting here kind of going, okay, so when's someone going to comment on the fact that I've been live for 12 hours? Good morning, everybody. Well, not quite good morning, but it's been 12 hours. Next stream's in less than 12 hours. Ain't that grand? I guess I have to wait until the ads are done. It has been 12 hours? Yup. It's morning for you. We'll see you when we see you. Provided you don't get pulled into boring meetings. Hopefully you don't get pulled into boring meetings. Only interesting ones. But the go the fuck to sleep things? Yeah, I suppose. I mean, tonight I have to edit a DF News video too. The game's paused because we're in an ad. Tomorrow I have to edit that that video covering that new screenshot that was just released. Which, you know, that's always fun. Yeah, there's a slope there. This won't work. Did I not see that? God damn it. Your fort famous? That's gotta feel weird. I mean, it feels weird to me that people reference my forts kind of independently of me, but that's already weird enough to me. I can't imagine what that would be like for you. Well. So this funny line the Twitch has where it says, "Your community is back" when the ads are over. It's like, I don't think anybody really left, but insist. Okay, why are we not filling ponds? Burrows are off. This is accessible. Okay, what if I make 3 pit ponds? And then scroll down to... Well, actually, hold on. I need to check something. Okay, it is set as a water source. It's in... Well, I guess both of the burrows now. Yeah, I don't know. I would argue that your fort is probably more maybe not necessarily recognizable, but a significantly more well-known fort in a lot of ways. I don't know why they're refusing to do this for me. It's a very simple job. You put bucket water there, but I'll make this work. This is gonna be super sketchy. Yep. Dwarf made it out. Well, that part's good. Need to get that slope gone. This is open space, microcline floor, limestone. That's what's gonna kill this. That. So how can I deconstruct this wall? This seems like an open... This is going to be some, like, dwarven heroism right here. This is going to be, like, some absolutely incredible dwarven heroics if I can pull this off. Because otherwise, this just straight up isn't going to work. Because I need to get rid of this wall piece right here. Chat, they're twerking to assert dominance. Quick, pour beer on them. We can win this. I have some faith in you. What's up, goobers? Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? I know you know what a dwarf is. I'm assuming people here know what a dwarf is. This is a game about dwarves. You do dwarfy things. We're on a glacier. I know that there's lava everywhere, and I know that there's also, like, ice everywhere. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Some things are under control. Most things aren't, and that's okay. We're learning to deal. However, I had a project, and it was going very, very well, in fact. It was actually going really well. In fact, we were so confident in our project. I was. Chat wasn't. I was so confident in my project that I thought that we could do some pretty cool constructions and build a lava cannon on a glacier. Anyway, it was all going fine and dandy until this like forgotten beast showed up. Anyway, it had this this syndrome attached to its deadly dust, which equals you erupting into all of your orifices bleeding, which is great until the entire, let's just say, the entirety of my military melted, which was fine. It kind of sucked, but it was fine. The issue wasn't that. The issue was that after my entire military melted, I pretty quickly realized that, well, not only had my entire military melted, but also it contaminated the snow in my large construction up here. So anybody that walks into this construction melts. Literally. So instead of finishing it, or saying screw it, there's still bodies in here, quite a few in fact, and a lot of blood. It's this stuff. It's this forgotten beast frozen extract, these piles of it. It's everywhere. If you try to clean it up, you die. You walk past it, you die. You step on it, you die. Yeah, and it's mixed with the snow up here. So like these tight hallways, every tile has some of it in it. So if you walk through this hallway, you're just dead. So, I'm taking the traditional kill it with fire approach, and, well, fire. I mean, we had 234 dwarves. We went down to 150, and the number going back up, so it's fine. Yeah, if you guys don't know Goober, he's a variety streamer, loud and obnoxious, as most of us can be, and plays dwarfs sometimes. Built a pretty cool fort full of vampires a very long time ago. By like a very long time ago, I mean like a year ago. Now, because I'm overly enthusiastic with my lava dumping, instead of doing this in an intelligent, slow way, I decided to just pour the lava over. Turns out there's a lot of ice up here, so now I'm like very carefully squeaking around the edges of the lava and trying to channel the last few bits so it'll actually collapse the way I want it to. But this is my very humble little I don't know why there's so much more. See that? Or if wherever you're going, turn around. All right, well. Which also makes me wonder if my heating vents that, melt the snow when the dwarves walk into the fort, also by result would also... I'm scanning for more contaminants. Also, if by result, if that would also remove the sludge contaminants. But there's some down here. It's only a dusting, but I don't like it. Yes. In regards to am I flooding or collapsing? Yes. That's a simple answer. Speaking of collapsing, I found more infected bits. I'm scanning for more. Because the piles of sand are fine, the piles of snow are fine. It's that extract. This is like playing like very dangerous Minesweeper. Also, very dangerous Minesweeper should really be a game on Steam. Are you covered in this shit? No, you're just crying. That's totally fine. Absolutely acceptable to cry. You are permitted to cry. Intense hemorrhaging? Pretty much, yeah. Anyway, what else was I doing? Right, the shenanigans. How's this coming along? Waiting for construction. Question is, where are you coming from? Oh, there's plenty of construct buildings happening, duh. But, oh yeah, we also have giant kitties and giant doggies and a couple really large birds, some owls. It's a good time. Dwarf! That's dangerous! It's okay. Just your own blood. Haven't streamed Goobs and any would you kindly folks haven't streamed Dwarf since like March, and it's still in your top 5 categories in the Twitch recap. This is like 90% of my gameplay on Steam for the last year. So, for full clarity, this is like all I do. This game is something. I don't know. I really wish that this game was more heavily streamed. I feel like it kind of... I feel like this game was very underplayed in older versions. Like, it was always a game that I just insisted it's like, and I told all my streamer friends all the time, it was just like, hey, if you just give this game a chance, there's people who watch it. You just have to, like, play it a little bit. And no one ever listened to me. And, like, it was always kind of sad for me as, like, the guy who really likes this game. Because it's like, well, there's always been an audience for this game. There's always been people that wanted to watch it. There's just very few people that were willing to actually play it. Are you stuck? No, you're not. Let's go up and out. Goofball. Very dangerous as Minesweeper as a game in parts of the world right now. Okay, we don't need to make it real. I'm just saying it sounds like a ridiculous fishing type deal, you know? But, no, it makes sense. I was imagining more like ridiculous fishing on, like, iOS, but, you know. Really dangerous Minesweeper. It's like Chess 2, you know? I don't know if anybody played Chess 2, but that was also a phone game ages ago. Although I recall Chess 2 coming to Steam and getting really bad reviews. Okay, so this... Where is my fuck-up? My fuck-up is... right here, right? Yeah, so this is my fuck-up. I screwed up right here. And by screwed up, I mean I forgot to get rid of a portion of this. So I'm sending a dwarf to right here, across this little bridge, to go channel up. And if they can get it done, I'll have a chance. I also have this habit of like not being even remotely careful with anything I do, just for clarity's sake here. All right. Halt. Dwarfus. Because that must go. In fact, I must quarantine it even. That is it. That's the extract. There's a small pile of it right there. If that stuff works its way into the fort, we're all dead. That's simple. Let's just chant. What are you doing, Elcord? Oh, phew. You made it over. Just fucking dwarves, you're scaring the piss out of me. Please stop. Okay, never mind. It's moved up. It's not right there. Dusting, there's a small pile right there. Okay, well, what I can do is I can put a block right there and a block right there. I think the dwarves are partying again. Party into oblivion, as they say. For fuck's sake. Okay, that's it. Dwarves, I try to not restrict your movement or your behavior, but you dipshits are driving me to hell. Or yourselves. Right, there's a hole there. Okay, they can't actually walk there. It's always deceive me. There we go. Okay. This is so stressful. Played multi-level 3D chess and you had vertically arranged boards. Is that the chess with time travel thing? Chess with multiverse and time travel or whatever it's called? Pretty sure that's a video game. Sounds like a video game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the dwarf to build this boulder into a piece of flooring right here and then deconstruct this wall. That should do her. That should do her. But also, I just want to say thank you very much to everybody who came in from the raid. Sorry I wasn't, like, more active when the raid came in. I have been live for 12 and a half hours, so I'm a little bit on the sleepy side. It's been a bit of a day. Otherwise, I'd be a little bit louder. But, thanks everybody who came over. Appreciate you guys. Once again, thanks a lot to Goobers for the raid. We very rarely get raids here. That's like one of the weird problems with being somebody who streams a game that most people assume is unstreamable. Because nobody fucking raids you, so. Growing is hard. I get some support from, like, my stream team, and that's about it. So, appreciate you guys. Okay. So I need to deconstruct this wall. That's going to be the real challenge here. Is getting to that wall. What? It's like, like chunks of the fortress just not in the burrow or something? Is that what's going on here? I thought the burrow was off. I guess it's on. In that case, not enough dwarves are in the burrow. I will place the burrow here. Yeah, yet there's me over here, Livid. This game has been my full-time job since 2019, I guess? I used to stream other games. Gets kind of lonely here, though. There's plenty of smaller channels, too, that have been growing quite consistently, actually. Just playing this game. Slow going, but, you know. One of these days, I'll convince the rest of Twitch that that is not the case. All right, so. Open space. Open space. Open space. Open space. Okay, we've done it. I have removed what was holding it up. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a game that people need to give a bit more credit for. It's a game with a, I don't know if I'd say small audience, but it's a very specific audience, and it's a very dedicated audience. It's one of those games. Well, I mean, that's just snow right there, so that's okay. The problem is the chemical weapon that'll make you bleed to death, this stuff, looks exactly the same as snow. It's the exact same color. That's half the problem here. There's also some right there. Okay, well, if there's some right here, well, what I can do, I'm pretty sure this is an option. Is just simply dig through it. You get caught in that, you son of a dwarf. There you go. It's gone. So that's one way to get rid of it. is channel it in, is channel the, it in an air, vomit. No, that's fine. Vomit is totally fine. Carrot wine, excellent. Start licking the snow. Literally just sitting here staring at contaminants. Do have a question though, Livid. Was it actually a stream death game for him? It is kind of weird being like the one person that really plays a game on a website, because it is largely just me. All right, well, I need to block that off. How's this doing? Still working on the containment. There's also a very real possibility if I like overfill this that my entire fortress could just like collapse into the ground, because it is built on ice. All right, well, that's filling. Can you remove the blood with lava? Lava will remove almost anything if you pour it on it. Just pour enough on it and it'll go away. It'll make most of your problems vanish in a ball of flames. It did surprisingly well. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I mean, the directory's been picking up again recently. I've been hovering above like 250 most days during the middle of the day. Obviously, it's late in the day now, but... Which, you know, it's a fraction of the 1,200 concurrent viewers I had around lunch, but I ain't complaining. Numbers are going back up slowly. I assume there will be another bump when Adventure Mode comes out. Poisonous beast blood? Oh, do you have, like, do you have an issue with poisonous beast blood? I mean, I would try and wall it off and clean all the soldiers that got contaminated. If you have mist generators will deal with that for you. Will clean your dwarves off pretty effectively. To the elf and glory. Interesting. Let's get rid of stuff. I will save the rings until the dwarves come. They want all my rings. So much used clothing I can get rid of. So much. Actually, this is dwarves. This isn't humans. This is dwarves. It's fall. Shows how awake I am. No, that's not blood. That's it's extract, which is different. One is a thing that it expels, similar to like a skunk, and then the other one is like actual blood. But can I just pour lava on it? Yes and no, because my entire fortress is built out of ice. So let's just say if I put lava in a bad place, that would be really bad for the structural integrity of my fortress. So there are some places I kind of can't really put lava. I can also like channel it down into lava or channel it down into ice to like encase it. But it's a slow process. We're working on it. This is almost like I'm playing a zombie breakout, like Raccoon City type sim in this game. A friend of mine was actually building the police station from the first Resident Evil recently. It's like, I'm just thinking about that a little bit. Actually really curious about how many items this is going to be when I'm all done. Why? Because I don't want to. I don't care if it saves me time. There's a lot of things that I don't do just purely because I don't want to. And it's really weird how people don't just like take that as an answer. But because then they like try and pick my brain about why I don't want to. It's like, well, I just gave you an answer. I'm going to take this squad off of training. No orders. Oh. Sorry. I thought for a second there my king died. No, he didn't. But this is interesting. Recognize. Got elected mayor. Lord Ubda, who's the duke, has been mayor for as long as I can remember. But apparently recognizes taking his spot, which is kind of neat. Which means, I guess... Where do I put you? I'd swear I had a mayor's office, but... I'm sitting here going like, where was it? That's the bookkeeper's office. Where did I put the mayor's office? It's been so long since I've thought about this. Well, I need to make a new mayor's office, I suppose. If there's some game mechanic rationale. Vast majority of the time, honestly, no. The reason I use certain features and don't use other features is because you have to remember I'm the #1 source for tutorialization of this video game for a very large portion of the audience of this video game, right? So because I am that source of tutorialization, if I'm going to do something a certain way, I'm going to show you in real time while I'm doing it. I understand why I'm out of offices. This is supposed to be the mayor's office. And you have a separate one. That's your dining room. You get that. And the mayor needs a dining room now. The question is, where did I put your dining room? Host liaison. You. Maybe I just have, maybe I'm short one. That might actually be the issue here. Yeah, I think I'm short. I'm short a dining room. Well, that's interesting. Catches me off guard sometimes. Can I assign... Wow. Interesting. You can assign a dwarf to a dining room that's still technically part of a guild hall. I always assumed it would, like, erase the ownership of it. Or the assignment of it, but... Yeah, it usually comes down to that. If I'm not doing something with DF hack, 9 out of 10, if not 10 out of 10 times, it's because people ask me enough questions about the vanilla version of the mechanic that I would be doing a disservice to the audience that watches me. So I don't think that takes that much imagination to just kind of come up with on your own, which is why I don't bluntly say it usually. But it's the same reason I'm still playing the game completely vanilla. Aside from DF hack, which doesn't actually change the content of the game at all. Right? It's because I am a tutorial source for a lot of people. I use the searching because it speeds things up, but I'm not going to use tools that completely remove the tutorialization. I'm even conflicted about using the military assignment screen here. I kind of hate it and try not to use it, but kind of is what it is. I don't really have that many options when it comes to that. But because I feel like I do a bad job tutorializing things if the game is playing itself for me. So now I'm going to ask you a question, Alligator. Why in the world does everybody keep asking me why I don't use very specific things that you like using? I made a YouTube video stating I use what I use and why I use it. Yet people still ask me. God damn, fucking kill me. You're killing me over here. They're just delivering stuff, so we'll just let it run. The day people stop asking me why I do or do not use very particular mechanics will be a grand day. Be a grand day. So I have a question. Why in the world do you keep asking? Especially because, like, in the last 2 days, you're the fourth person. This is a video I made yesterday. No, technically this morning it went up. Yeah, because YouTube is a bunch of pansies for, you know, people who, like, can't watch. Maybe they don't watch YouTube videos. Allie's in my Discord. Is in the chat most days. I've been pretty consistent about the DF hack thing. If I'm not using a mechanic or if I'm not using an assist, it's because enough people ask me about it that I tutorialize it frequently. Trading is one of those things. Until give water, need empty bucket. That's gonna be the goddamn death of me. That's like the worst part about this fortress. It's impossible to keep buckets clean. Well, in my defense, Allie, I am bloody tired of answering that question. And I don't know how else to get around it. I might just start saying, because I don't. And also, chat's kind of quiet at this hour, so, which is fine. People going to bed. Correct, which is why I'm not addressing a single person as keeping asking. I'm addressing chat as an entity. Hive mind, if you will.
I think our Twitch baby is almost old enough to need its first hard drink.
See, the reality is abortion is legal in Canada, so I have bad news for you. Thankfully, I don't live in Texas. Promo. I like how the game hitched right when I had 420 items left. Nice. It's probably for Claiborne. Claiborne, how you been? Thank you very much for the 13th month. Hope you've been well, mate. Also, it would have been old enough at 9 months, fortunately. Second is born. Yeah, and that's where I'm at this point, Entient. I think it's because people want a more in-depth answer, and because I get asked that question so often, I hate to break it to you guys, I'm genuinely not willing to give a more in-depth answer. Like, it's there's some questions where it's like, yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I don't have the energy to keep answering that one. And I could make a command for it, and people would still ask. So. You became aware of Canada when you learned that you could drink there at 18. Yeah, that sounds about right. Depends on what province, though. Not BC. Here it's 19. I think Quebec is 18. I mean, I've said it all my whole life. If you're allowed to make porn, you should be allowed to drink. Thank you for stating the obvious, Boom Boom. I'm aware. If the hive mind could communicate and we're not individual minds, then I wouldn't be getting asked that question multiple times a day. Windsor from Detroit? Yeah, I don't know the rules up there. That's pretty far away from me. But I used to work night shift in a McDonald's that was admittedly pretty close to the American border. And I'd say about once a week, we'd get a DUI from teenagers that were, I say teenagers, like either between 19 and 21-year-olds from the US that were hammered trying to drive home. Sometimes, yeah. But tonight it's a little too late in the day and enough people are snoozing that it's like, well, Also, I know some of you guys are tag teaming in certain other chats at this time of day, which is fine. You should do that. Their commentary is probably better than mine because they're more awake than me. Yeah, I don't know what to do with the YouTube stream in 15 minutes because the YouTube stream is just going to go offline. I guess I just push a button and start it back up. Well, I got a question. The time you dropped a wall section into the moat to drain it, did the floor also pop a hole during the cave-in, or was it only the wall section? Did the floor also pop a hole during the cave-in? I normally just use walls. But yeah, the floor did in fact pop the hole. Anything that like collapses will pop up. But like that was a weird situation because like the thing that I was caving in was constructed, not built. So constructions, when they cave in, when they collide with the thing that they're colliding on, they turn into the materials that they were built out of. So like if a wall piece that's made out of boulders lands, it'll remain boulders. In my fortress, which was very creatively and uniquely named Starfield, I had a giant piece of flooring that I was building out of clay, and then when it landed, it became clay boulders instead of floor, and the boulders would scatter everywhere, and the initial collapse would like hurt everybody, and the scattering of the boulders would kill everything, which was awesome. Fantastic defense. I loved that fort. Okay, you're coming to trade now. That's good. But when the what do you call it? When you cave in a like a dugout piece of wall, like out of rock, like you just dig it out, dig underneath it, dig around it, dig over it. Then when it lands, it maintains its integrity, so it's a lot easier to tell it actually fell. But yeah, in that case, when I caved a piece through the moat, it was a constructed wall. Although it wasn't technically through the moat, it was draining a reservoir, but splat plat, yeah, that was fun. The problem with a splat plat is it takes like a year to rearm it. So if you're getting attacked frequently, it's kind of a moot point to a degree. It was fun built, like using it. It was a fun project, but it was super impractical. Not the most impractical defense I've ever built, but it was very impractical. Okay, well, that's a lot of value. Well, I mean, it was like, yeah, it was quite literally half a year every time that we wanted to re-up the splat plat. I'm just gonna buy... I'm gonna buy the I'm just gonna buy food, I think, from them. Like all the plants. I also buy the thread. Meat. Let's also do codexes, I think. Guess I could just search for them, right? Because that is a thing up there. Codex. Scroll. Wow. Once again, so many copies of Siphons abridged. This must be like the highest selling book in the entirety of the universe. Or at least in this whole world. Anyway, we'll trade. All right. Now the dwarves are going to come and unload all the plump helmets, all the meat, books, some more books for the library, bringing the total up to 35. Sure, we'll be fine. I think what I'm going to do with this toxic sludge right here, and by toxic sludge, I mean this stuff, maybe lava bucket it from above. Yeah, we can do that. Let me just fire a lava bucket through the lava fillers. Just an iron one is fine. First time you dropped the floor on something, it was an iron ceiling and it was on your own dwarves. Is that intentional? I assume not, but... Oof. I really want to cave this in today. But it's... Guys, I've been streaming for almost 13 hours. Am I still human right now? Years of practice. Mostly. I'd not realized how much iron I actually had, and I tried to reclaim it. The initial idea was magma-proof entrance. Oh. I guess no one told you that, like, ice blocks are magma-proof as long as they're constructed, right? So very much early experimental days. Gotcha. Yeah, no, makes sense. I mean, it's okay. I had some very wrong assumptions about my early days of playing this game too. Well, that's currently inactive. Shoutouts to the giant badger in the tavern. I just saw a dwarf dying. Fortunately not. I swear, chat room, these buckets are going to be the goddamn death of me. Nothing else. They are going to be the goddamn death of me. So is there a particular reason why those buckets really don't want to be there? And instead would much rather hang around in here until dwarves, you know, starve to, like, freeze to, or die of thirst? Is what's happening right now? Like this one. Adil, the weaponsmith's gonna die. It's like they all just have ice in them. They can't work. They don't seem to put them into a stockpile when they have ice in them. And DF Hack can't empty them. There's fixed dry buckets. These aren't considered full. I'm really scared if I turn, like, stable temp on, it'll just, like, cause something bad to happen. All right, let's dump all these buckets. Let's just get rid of them. Let's go that way. Let's not dump your corpse, but we'll dump this stuff. Not the steel short sword. That doesn't need to be dumped. Everything else, though. And we found that dwarf dead. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some wooden buckets. Oh, I see why we can't make iron buckets, because my forge currently ain't working. Probably. I'm not mistaken. Yep, looks like it. Does this minecart have lava in it? Nope. I also can't fill my lava buckets right now. Well, in that case, I will remove that minecart from there. Still streaming from yesterday. Arrow, though. Just experimenting like that. You get way better at, like, figuring out how to safely construct things with time. It's something that you get way better at. And I'm significantly better at now than I was before. I recently learned that lava can freeze. Yep. I should probably actually either build in-floor heating for my hospital, which it partially has, sort of, or I should move it elsewhere because, like, my hospital keeps on doing the whole freezing thing. So another area that I haven't stared at much since the Great Catastrophe, like this. Like, I'm very, very concerned about places out here. Like, see that? That's the big death. That stuff. This stuff is also the big death. Scary things. Like, I wonder, can I just do this? Is that safe to do? I guess we'll find out. I also wonder, is this safe to do? I guess we'll find out. Pretty sure also building and deconstructing those walls will make the stuff disappear. Chat, give Claiborne the TLDR. Please and thank you. Yeah, that's safe. Let's see. Does this dwarf randomly burst into bleeding by holding this? It's the very, very sudden death juice. All right. Fortunately, they can throw it out this way. What I can tell safely. I didn't really run about the fort, just the basement. But it melted my entire military, more or less. Or at the very least, most of my military. I'm finally giving up on this squad here. I remove those all tomorrow. More than that. We had 134 before the calamity. By the time the calamity was done, we had 148. So there's still some piles of it too. This is one right here. There's some in this corner. A dusting. Fortunately, it's only a dusting. I don't actually think a dusting is enough to get onto a dwarf to kill it. But the, where is it? Small pile is almost guaranteed death if they also tracked snow through it. Because snow, if they've got snow on their person, then it's guaranteed to end up in that spot. So I'm gonna do something, chat. I'm gonna run a quick save. And pull a lever. Because honestly, the YouTube stream's gonna boot me off in a couple minutes here. If it hasn't already. And I've been live for 13 hours. And you know what? That's a long stream. I know this might be a surprise to some of you, but that's kind of a long day. Let's ponder this goddamn lever. Ponder it to pieces. First, let's see who gets to do the honors. It's Maladine. He was very stressed. You know what? Frankly, I don't blame her. Her whole family's dead. Just gonna walk over here. And let's actually see if this whole thing caves in. I don't know if it's going to. I hope it does. I will be very sad if it doesn't. It should. At least cave a good chunk of it. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? Can I get a big wall of some sort of emote? Maybe the lava emotes? Crypt lava. Right, there they go. Let's see if it even caves in. I don't know if it's going to. It might. I think I removed everything. Oh, maybe I didn't. Well. It didn't fall. What am I forgetting? What did I miss? Let's do a full lap. Try and discern this. You, that's all open space. All open space. Open space all the way around. Space all the way around. Yeah, okay. Open space all the way around. Well, it's not going to fall, so... Yeah, this is all open space. That's a limestone slope. That's all open space. Downward slope. This is all open space. Open space, open space, open space. What is still supporting it then? I'm going to just spot it, and when I find it, I'm going to send a mad dwarf on a crazy mission to remove whatever this floor is. It shouldn't be this. This should be okay. Look at the USSR every day during the Cold War. That's not where I was expecting that to go, but okay. These are all open space. Something is holding it up. Before somebody asks, yes, I do in fact have cave-ins enabled. It's one of those things that may actually be easier to decipher. Is it this? I don't think it's that. I have no idea what's holding it up. Huh. Well, that's disappointing. Wait a second. I know exactly what. Okay, give me like 3 minutes and I can fix this. I can make it happen. I swear. I can't. I should be able to. Well, I know what caused it to not work. I should have seen that. But a bunch of ice froze over top over here. I thought I got rid of all of this. Apparently I didn't. So, yeah. So I need to channel through all this. But in order to do this safely, he says. Let's just bring blocks over. Actually, no, this goes away. I need to hold it up with another support. This will take me a minute. You'll have to Dwarf with me for a second here. Ghost Wizards, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? 2 raids in 1 stream. Holy crap, I'm spoiled. Not both from you, obviously, but I got 2 raids today, man. Chat room, if you guys don't know Ghost Wizards plays a lot of XCOM, and sometimes he is tricked into playing Dwarf Fortress for some reason. Did a dwarf just fall into the lava? I take that as a probably. Nunu Doodoo, I've got bad news for you. You are lava. You lava to see it. I'm going late over here? I guess you could say that. That or I'm just really early, okay? One of the two. Cannot confirm which. All right, you. Connected to nothing, we pull you, and then link lever. And we're gonna try attempt 2 of this. Just need to get those connected on top, which shouldn't take too long. That can get canceled because you're already working on it. They should be able to just run over there. Once this is constructed to on top of this, I can then channel through this last bit, and we can give it a second attempt. Because this whole thing should cave in. All these some migrants have arrived for some dumb reason or another. No one asked them why, but they should really just go away, frankly. I mean, I would, probably. But I can start digging this up while I'm waiting. No, it's Mitchell. Good morning. Definitely not still on. I'm waiting for the YouTube stream to boot me off because people keep saying that the YouTube stream is going to boot me off at 11 hours and 45 minutes and it hasn't yet. Okay, they found the dwarf dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry, Nuno. When has a fort ever been OSHA compliant? Also, what country is OSHA? I know that's probably a dumb question to ask, but genuine question. There's an ad running, but I'm not gonna... Is it USA? Okay. Well, I mean, of course it's not. I'm in Canada. There we go. Another excuse to remind people that I'm in Canada. Angry spider in the basement's doing angry spider things, so that's fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Easily angered basement spider. Okay, so this along here also needs to be channeled out. Because apparently all of this stuff here just like bubbled over and froze. Probably around the time that I actually turned this whole thing on initially. Oh, it just stops recording anything. Oh, that's fine. That VOD just is going to be permanently unlisted anyway. I was under the impression that it would, like, just boot me offline or something, which obviously it hasn't. But I misunderstood. That's me. That's my bad. Well, I guess I could just do this. So I need to be kind of careful that I don't accidentally cause more lava to start flowing in. They're always at perfect timing. Good booty. Occupation, Health, and Safety Administration. I know that we have like we have like various work safe groups, but we don't have OSHA specifically, I'm pretty sure. I also know that OSHA is practically a meme, at least when it comes to any kind of video games that have like any kind of imagined work safety. So, I understand the reference, I'll put it that way. All right, let's do that up to here. Pull that up, and all these. Okay, so now that I've done this, yep. Now channel out all this. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't do this the first time. I swear that I did, but clearly I didn't. It's not to be fucked with. It's also probably one of those groups like, what do you call it? Like Red Cross, where if they might just get really offended by people memeing about them. Speaking of not to be fucked with, don't fuck with the Red Cross. Number of video games that like get polite cease and desist requests from the Red Cross is very frequent. For using red crosses as their medkit logo and stuff like that. Like, people just kind of absent-mindedly do it. Happens all the time. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel out these two tiles. The reason I'm channeling out these two tiles is it'll leave a diagonal. Diagonals don't support. Oh, for fuck. The Forgotten Beast, Usasp, has come an enormous one-eyed crab. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. Beware its blood that's deadly. And Dwarf has been missing for a week. Well, that's a shame. Where's this creature? I lost it. I know it's just an angry crab, but where's my anger crab? I should have known. Oh. Has it already left the map? Yeah, it's already left. It's just in an area I can't see. Selfish bastard. I just wanted to look at you. We also have, like, BC, WorkSafe BC and, like, provincial equivalents as well. But I'm also aware that WorkSafe and occupational work safety is slightly different agencies, but anyway, so is anybody here ready for attempt 2? Because the first one damn near gave me an anxiety attack. Let's try this again. If you guys want to be loud with emotes, you can. Otherwise, don't worry about it. I kind of faked you guys out the first time, so let's do attempt 2. This sort of stuff almost always fails on the first attempt when you're trying to cave in stuff that isn't uniform. When you're trying to cave in stuff that's very uniform, it's much easier. Hey, it's Storm. Storm Wolf, one of the most stressed out dwarves in the fort. Somehow this dwarf is still in one piece, aside from their ear, which is mangled beyond recognition. Fortunately, they didn't have a particularly recognizable ear initially, so, you know, it wasn't a big deal. All right, so let's try this. Okay. I think it's working because I just pressed the move turn forward button. And you know what's weird? Well, I mean, just gonna do a quick save. Not that, like, that's gonna change much, but just so that if we want to do a instant replay, we can. Because I kind of forgot to do that right before. That's fine. Hopefully it was worth the, like, 4-hour wait for some of you, chat. Thanks for sticking around for all this. I mean, like, this has been a long day. A very long day. But at a quick glance, I would say that this has been successful caving in. Now the question is, do you think that there's enough well, I mean, we can also just keep pouring lava in until there's, you know, just nothing left, but I'm going to pop this over to ASCII. Cool. I really like the way explosions look in ASCII and cave-ins and such. They always just look really satisfying. Whoa, what's the purple? Oh, that's dolomite dust. That's cool. It's also because, I think because I can see through it. Might still be molten lava in there, too. All right. I'm going to press the move the turn forward button. And then I'm going to swap back over to graphics. We're going to do this. For the person in YouTube chat, I only do that for, like, just the aesthetic equivalent to show people what it looks like for those curious. The amount of temperature shifts happening in this thing right now. Well, I guess if you've ever wondered what would happen if you caved, look at all the boulders. This is all ice. Ice boulders. I guess this is, if you've ever wondered what would happen if you cave a glacier into a pit of lava, well, this. Also, these are constructions. Oh, sorry, Dodok. These are constructions, so when a construction collapses, like I said, they become the materials that they were initially, right? So there's just all these boulders that are about to scatter literally everywhere. Here they come. Falling down. I think I can probably unpause now. So do you guys want an instant replay? I love how there's just water down there somehow. Wow. You guys want an instant replay? Okay, give me a sec. So we did just do a quick save. So I can quit without saving. Continue. Autosave. Do we want to do it entirely in ASCII this time? Or entirely with graphics on? What do you think? I think we do it one entirely with one and one with the other. What do you guys want first? It's like the cave-in's already started. You guys want ASCII first? Okay. Wow. So that's the instant replay in ASCII. It's still filling up, by the way. The lava's still coming down. So yeah, that's the instant replay in ASCII. Which, this whole thing's still gonna fill up to here, by the way. So now I can quit without saving. Tons of graphics back on. Bring it back to the 21st century. Every frame swap would take a while. You seem to have 8 dwarves stuck up a tree. This is fine. All right, so now we're going to do it with the graphics on. Do it from up here. I think my favorite bit is when you can see all of the ice pop up and then fall down into the lava and then turn into steam. That's just such a cool effect. And all of this because of a forgotten beast. Let's do it one more time. One more time. I could do this all night. Don't tempt me. That's so cool. Why are you going to cry? What? I love just like there's just the smoke coming up because something down there is burning. That's incredible. Do that again. How we doing? Fine. Neither. Everything is fine. Do not look directly at the explosion. Okay, so this has already been cleaved off. Like, the drain has already been cleaved off. And then there's, like, this layer of water right here. Wow. Rapid, poorly planned deconstruction, but it's still rapid deconstruction. And then all of this is steam and ice. That's magma mist. There's white sand and sand dust throughout this entire thing. This is all for a forgotten beast. So what happened was we had a forgotten beast. Who was completely... who shot out deadly dust. And the deadly dust, if it touched you, would make you erupt into blood and die very quickly. So what we did was, I was like, well, it's okay. The dwarves will go through the showers on the way out. But some got onto my Mark's dwarves, who didn't have a bath to go through. And it very quickly infected about 30-something dwarves. And so they all died. Almost immediately, including like the outpost liaison and a bunch of other royals. So what we did was like, well, we'll seal off that area and just not worry about it and hope that it doesn't spread. And then I realized as I was working on my cannons, which were supposed to go here, that one of the top hallways was completely full. And we lost about 100 dwarves in like 90 seconds. In fact, there's still some. There's some like right there. Small pile. I'm gonna still need to seal off a good chunk of this. Like, we're not done with this. We still have to like let a lot of these areas fill up. But any area that has that, Stiggle's Forgotten Beast extract, will kill my dwarves if they touch it. So, the result is instead of trying to manually deconstruct it and decontaminate it piece by piece, I did the not logical dwarfy thing of, like, you know, digging a big hole underneath it and caving it in. Easy peasy. With lava underneath it, you know, as you do. But the issue is, like, the contamination is still there. Like, there's some right here. But... oh, that's so good. So good! Ah. God damn. I should cave things in more often. It's fun. I mean, how many times has this been clipped so far? My dashboard is telling me 8 clips have been made so far this stream, and none of them are new since this. So, let's do it again. And I was very smart to put a quick save in right before this whole thing started. So, just keep doing it. So you have to quarantine the area? Yes. Yes, there's several areas of this fort that need to be quarantined. Because the problem is when stuff like this extract mixes with snow, if a dwarf walks through it, it spreads. And it spreads. And they don't clean it up, and it spreads, and it spreads, and it spreads. So I guess probably the best thing to do would actually just be to put a block right there. But, yeah. So this area is actually, well, actually probably the even better thing would be to just simply not construct anything here and just wait for the lava to overflow into here, because it will. It's gonna fill up to this point. In fact, yeah, it'll fill all the way up to on level with this. So throughout tomorrow, this whole area is gonna fill up. As for this spot, I'll probably just, I don't know, dump a bucket of water on it or something, or dump something onto it, or cave something in onto it. Actually, I could cave something. I could cave a wall piece on top of this one. 2 wall pieces on top of this. Cave it through this and down into here. And that would probably do her. Oh, it's so fun to watch. Send the dwarves you don't like there. Throw them on it, so that their only choice is to then throw themselves into lava. I very rarely I do things to my dwarves. It's usually just the fortress guard that does it for me. So if a dwarf I don't like exists, usually they just kind of get unexisted by the captain of the guard, generally. Oh, hey, there's lava going through this time. I wonder how differently the math gets done every time. Because there's got to be variance, right? What do you think? Do you guys want to see it one more time? Because I don't think it actually survived. Like, I don't think the lava made it through last time on this side, which is interesting. You know what, chat? I'm going to do you guys all a solid. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up my game on Steam, or right-click it, in fact, and I'm going to go to installed files, browse. Yep. It's going to open up the file, and I'm going to go to saves, and I'm going to look at exactly what save this is. This is region 18. I'm going to zip it. And I'm going to chuck it up onto my Discord. It's only 50 megs. It'll take a second. This is going to go into DF save sharing. I'm just going to real quick rename it to Cave and Save. And go grab it if you want. All yours. Boom, boom. Your clips have been pretty clutch, by the way. I think, like, your clips have been the most viewed of the last month. All right. So it's on the Discord if you guys want to go grab it. And because all the recent autosaves are also there, you can go to one before and see it while it was still constructed if you want. I'm curious. Did the lava break through this time? Yeah, because this math is always different, right? It's interesting. This time it didn't. Time before it did. And I'm just going to do this. We're going to contain this entire area. We may try and build something else here. But at least for right now... Right there. Because there's still some piles of this stuff, right? It's all scattered around and in various places. There it is. I'm going to put this native platinum block there and put it there as a warning. Small pile. Yeah, this spot right here, this actually is very dangerous. Right there. What I can do is I can put a little wall here. A big swimming pool. Big hot tub. That's it, the surgeon was found dead. Uh-oh. This dwarf touched it. Okay, hold on. Donut, walk there. Contagion is still at large. This dwarf just got infected. Literally the most dangerous minesweeper. Don't do it, dwarfs. Aside from this idiot. If you get it on you, dude, it's your own fault. Oh, are you cleaning? Oh, you are. This dwarf is cleaning it. Right on the edge. It's actually safe, I think. Ooh, I hope you brought your hazmat suit there, dwarf. Yeah, see, this snow stuff is the problem, because the snow stuff spreads liquids. Yeah, right? Ugh. But yeah, I think we need to build a statue in honor of the calamity. A giant construction. I will cleanse this area. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's continuing. Pile of snow. Did you track this shit in, dwarf? I swear. I think Serious Salsa's dead. Somebody got it on him. We lost Godin, and I think maybe Serious Salt. Uh-oh. It's spreading again. We lost Serious Salsa. Okay, so you've just got dwarf blood on you. What about you? Water? That's totally fine. You just took a bath. Taking a bath may actually save your life here. So does carrying it spread it to you? This dwarf is currently carrying a corpse of a dwarf who just went through it. No, it looks like. Horselet. Where was Sirius? Okay, Sirius Salsa was over there. Oh boy. Oh, it's certainly arrived. And it's been fun. I mean, it arrived and I accidentally 13-hour stream, which is bad because I have a video to edit tonight. Okay, so it is safe for them to carry the bodies. And I think that this stuff here is actually pretty clutch. Because from what I can tell, even if they have the powder on them, when they walk into the fortress across these vents, they don't usually still have it on them when they get into the fort. So I think that that's been pretty clutch. My God, this area is dangerous now. Like, I can't wait for, like... I can't wait for a dwarf to... Or, like, a caravan or something to walk into the fortress and then just die because of something like this. Like, this whole area over here is completely contaminated, I think, too. Yeah, right there. Small pile of the Forgotten Beasts extract. So I basically, although, got an extraordinarily brave dwarf down here, Ast, who, from what I can tell, unless you're about to die, was able to clean quite a bit of this stuff. Let's block that door again. This area's even got carrot wine in it. Just got to work? Yeah, it's been one of those days. Well, chat room. Algorithm must have picked up that you considered buying this game today. You watched some videos about it, and you already memorized what is going on here. Well, hello. Mesmerized. Well, as long as you're mesmerized, that's good. This is pretty late game. Silver note on YouTube. This is pretty late game. Two other things. If you need help, I recommend either the help room on my Discord or my YouTube channel. I've got piles of tutorials. What chat rooms? I think I should end the stream. I kind of feel bad at this point because it's like, you know, there's so much cool shit still going down. But at the same time, fuck you guys, it's late. So you're fading? You're fading, Elfie. Have you been talking for 13 hours straight? Right as an ad clips in. Come on, you stupid. 13 hours, yes. I have been streaming for 13 hours and 37 minutes. I'm not making that up. So, I realize some of you guys are stuck in an ad right now, so I will wait another minute. But we did make some good progress today, and then I completely demolished it all by... There's a really big hole in the ground now. So tomorrow, we are going to be waiting for this hole to fill up with lava. And then figuring out what the hell I can still do with it. And trying to completely remove this constant nightmarish threat of poison that wants us all dead. It's sentient and it wants us all dead. It's horrifying. It is terrifying. It is evil. Sounds like a village in England. Hole in the ground. Isn't there literally a town in England called Hole in the Ground, or am I making that up? So it's gonna be a little bit of a process still. We've got quite a bit of stuff left to do. But on the bright side, not all of my dwarves died. Yeah. Yeah, not all of them died. Just many of them. Many, 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 many. And I need to... Okay, well, wrap up here. Yeah, we're safe on that side. How about up here? Right there. Dusting. Just a dusting. Are they, like, washing it off themselves with wine? Is that what's happening here? Because wherever I find a dusting of this stuff, I'm also finding wine. Whenever wine starts spreading around, I immediately panic because I go, oh God. It's more. There's more of it. What up here? Up here. Oh, this area is clean. The splattering of dwarven ale, though. I think I should roof this off. An iota of overtime pay? Well, as a reminder, I think tomorrow's... I don't know what time it ends tomorrow, but today is the last day to throw bits and make Twitch give an extra 10% on top. And Kumil...
Good Lord, you
been
have
possessed.
a long shift today.
Yeah, and we got a shift tomorrow to do, too. Kumil is possessed by unknown forces. Already a legendary weaponsmith. So if you cheer $3 in bits or more, Twitch adds 10%. I don't know what time it ends tomorrow, but it does end tomorrow. Oh, wait, really? Are you? Do you not? Wow. I'm just here presuming they're going to make a weapon at the forge, but no. No, you want a Boyer's shop. Way to throw me a curveball there, Dwarf. But regardless, Brusa, thank you very much for the 6th month. Claiborne.
Ah, so it's gated.
Yeah, it's $3 or more. And sometimes they put an extra bit on top, which in this case it looks like they did. Was that what they wanted, Strange Mood Dwarf? Oh, I know the problem. It is actually, no, they do in fact want a forge. My forges are just currently not working. Because they are magma forges, and this is empty. Lanix, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Hot Tabs. Appreciate you. Well, I'm just going to remove one of my forges and just make a normal metalsmith forge over here. I'm pretty sure I have charcoal. Tons of chains, statues. See you later, Elfie. Just waiting for this dwarf to claim this. The moods don't need fuel anyway. Yeah, I think you're correct. But good night. Snooze good, Elfie. Thanks for modding the YouTube stream for me. I don't think I would have gone this long, but I did kind of... Like, we were hitting the... On the 12-hour mark, we got a really big raid. What time was that, actually? No, it was about an hour ago. So about roughly the, I don't know, 12 and a half hour mark. We got a really big raid and kind of gave me a second wind. All right, let's see. Gonna go claim that. Ooh, leg spike. There you go. All right, so you're gonna go grab all of your heart's desires, Dwarf. You're gonna go grab bronze. Because the problem with filling the moat is when I'm filling the moat, it drains my forge. Nice, thanks for the 5-pack. Here's, dude. Means a lot, man. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? The late in the day hype train. I'll hang around until the hype train peters out. Or I guess early in the day for some of you. This is going to be one of those days where I'm going to turn my stream on in like, I guess 9 hours. Like that. And half of you guys are going to be like, man, you're streaming when I wake up and you're still streaming when I go to bed. Or when I finish work. It's going to be one of those days. All right, I'm getting some pretty heavy chunking in the game. Maybe it's probably because of the crazy temperature shit going on right now with this fill-in, amongst other things. So I'm gonna save the game. If you guys do want that save file to screw around with the subathon, no. If you guys do want the save file to screw around with the cave-in sequence, that is up on the Discord. Well, thank you very much, Elfie.
Have some Twitch bits.
Thanks for the $3, Ghana. Adding an extra 30 bits, courtesy of Twitch. All right, chat rooms. YouTube, I'm shutting you guys down. Thank you much for sticking around to the end, to those of you who did. And Twitch, I'll keep you guys active until that hype train peters out. All right. You guys can say goodnight, YouTube, if you want. Also, I think the maximum amount of VOD I can export to YouTube from Twitch is 12 hours. So I may have to cut this VOD. All right, I got my marker down. That's me. That's my face. What's up, Chad? Oops, yeah. Sometimes you do the long shifts. So this is what happens when your streamer, I guess, gets upgraded meds. First day on twice the dosage, and I do it almost 14-hour stream. Don't tell my psychiatrist, okay? That's probably not